Players, coaches, loyal fans of both teams, welcome to Jackie Robinson Park for game one of today's doubleheader between the Alabama State University Hornets and your Bethune-Cookman University Wildcats. Starting out with the Hornets. Batting first, second base number 11, Randy Gordon. Batting second, Mike Booker, number 25, Christian Space. Batting third, Tim Booker, number 2, Ian Battle. Batting fourth, left fielder, number 13, Jack Hayes. Batting fifth, shortstop, number 3, Kyle McIntyre. Batting sixth, first baseman, number 10, Gordon King. Batting seventh, third baseman, number 24, Christian Oakland. Batting eighth, second fielder, number 9, James Sloan. Batting ninth, catcher, number 14, Jamal Ford. Starting pitcher for the Hornets, number 22, Omar Ferreira. Pitcher for the Hornets is Jose Jackson. And now, for your Bethune-Cookman University Wildcats. Batting first, designated hitter, number 5, Luis Tolero. Batting second, center fielder, number 34, Garrett Sun. Batting third, right fielder, number 4, Island Hall. Batting fourth, first baseman, number 31, Robert Moya. Batting fifth, left fielder, number 35, Boris Pena. Batting sixth, catcher, number 43, Jorge Proceres. Batting seventh, third baseman, number 13, Brian Moya. Batting eighth, shortstop, number 25, Terry Garcia. Batting ninth, second baseman, number 2, Colton Olsen. Starting pitcher for the Wildcats, number 18, Nolan Santos. The Wildcats will take first by Johnny Hernandez. May you all please rise to the flag of our national anthem.
Well, 77 years to the day a man named Jackie Robinson stepped onto a baseball diamond for the first time on this very spot in what was City Island Ballpark. 77 years later, a fitting tribute to the man who broke Major League Baseball's color barrier than to play on the very diamond that bears his name. Live from Jackie Robinson Ballpark in Daytona Beach, Florida, it's time for Bethune-Cookman University Baseball on the Cat Eye Network as they open Southwestern Athletic Conference play against their greatest rivals and contenders for the crown in the Eastern Conference, the Alabama State Hornets. My name is Michael Torello. Happy to have your company. Happy to have the company for this doubleheader of Bryce Hoynoski. It's going to be a long but hopefully fruitful day of baseball here at the Jack, Bryce.
You know, Mike, like you said, we'll be talking a lot of baseball tonight. I think it's important we start off, there's a lot of places you could spend your Friday evening with March Madness on. If you are here watching the Cat Eye Network, checking out some SWAC baseball, I respect you. We're happy to have you here. I'm a little scared that you're not watching college basketball instead, but I promise it will be worth it. We have a good one on tap here for tonight.
One of these days, the Wildcats will be playing in March Madness, and we'll be up wherever they are instead of here. But for right now, the sun is out. It's 81 degrees, a beautiful, if slightly blustery, March day on the east coast of Florida. The Wildcats in their all-white strip today with a white script Bethune across the front, white numbers with a black outline, take on the Alabama State Hornets, who have shockingly gone for the all-black approach on a hot afternoon here in Florida. The Alabama State Hornets send this lineup to the plate. The second baseman, Randy Flores, bats first. Batting second is the right fielder, Trenton Jameson. Batting third, the center fielder, Ian Matos. Batting fourth, the left fielder, Jack Hay. Batting fifth, the shortstop, Tyler McIntosh. Batting sixth, the first baseman, Corey King. Batting seventh, the third baseman, Christian Lopez. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, Jaden Sloan. And batting ninth, the catcher, Jamal George. In the field, the Wildcats looked like this. Boris Pena, Garrett Chun, and Highland Hall on the outfield left to right. On the infield left to right, it's Perez, Garcia, Olison, and Moya. Braceras is the catcher, and the starting pitcher is Nolan Santos. Santos getting the pivotal start in this SWAC game against a Alabama State team who is 10-8, a positive record, but only 1-4 away from Montgomery, Alabama this season. The leadoff hitter for Alabama State, Randy Flores, jumps into the batter's box and fouls a pitch off. It's 0-1, fouls a second pitch off, almost hit us up here in the broadcast booth, and it's 0-2. Flores averaging .414, far and away the best hitter on this Alabama State lineup by average. 17 runs on 29 hits, 2 homers and 18 RBI. And he lines this one to right field, and there is a base hit. Numero uno on base first for the Hornets.
Mike, this is going to be an important series for the Wildcats in a lot of different ways. Not just that this is the defending SWAC champions they're taking on, not just the records, not just any of that. There's some blood left over from last year in the SWAC tournament. We'll get in more into it in a bit, but this is a big one in a lot of different ways.
And the Hornets beat the Wildcats 4 straight times as Santos throws to Moya as they try to pick off Flores at first. Yeah, the Hornets beat the Wildcats 4 straight times to close the season, including twice in a row in the SWAC tournament to knock the Wildcats out. They go back to first again. This time Flores dives back safely. They almost caught Flores that first time, and it was a bad application of the tag that allowed Randy to be safe. Batting now is Trenton Jameson, the right-hand hitter. And he hits this one high to left field and deep. Going back on the track to the wall is Pena, and he makes the catch. Tagging and headed to second is Flores.
Pena made that one look easy out there. He's still only his 4th game out in left field. Splitting time last year between catcher, DH, first base. Kind of a catch at the waist. A little stressful to watch that one up here, but he made the play. We'll keep going.
Well, if you were watching our broadcast against Jacksonville on Tuesday, we mentioned a lot that the wind was blowing straight in from center and kept a lot of balls in the yard. This time, the wind is blowing straight out towards center and almost took that ball out of the yard, even though it probably just should have been a pop-up. We could see a couple of players go yard today as the first pitch is a strike to Ian Matos, the reigning SWAC player of the week. He's batting a .424 average, 27 runs on 25 hits, 6 homers to lead the team, and 24 RBIs. To earn that Player of the Week mark, Matos hit .474 in 5 games, 3 homers, 2 doubles, and 9 RBIs in the past week against Lindenwood and Yale and Jacksonville State in a one-off game. Here's a pitch. Outside, the count 2-1.
You know, it's no secret to the rest of the SWAC and anyone else who follows the league from the outside that this is 1 and 2, not just in the SWAC's Eastern Division, but in all of the SWAC. It's going to be a battle between these two teams as we go throughout conference play and no doubt into the tournament.
And because this is a doubleheader, because of weather, we're expecting rain to roll in the later part of tomorrow and into the rest of the weekend. High pop to right. Hall is under it and makes the catch. Tagging and going to third is Randy Flores. So he singles to lead off the game, and then 2 sac flies put him 90 feet away. Now here's Jack Hay. So this was originally supposed to be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday series, but weather has forced us into a doubleheader today and then an early start tomorrow.
You know, in a non-conference series, you may traditionally bang a game, reschedule something for later, but with one as critical as this, we can't afford to give Alabama State extra home games or anything similar.
That one's lined into left, and that will score a run. Jack Hay with a first pitch single the opposite way. Flores scores, and just like that, the Hornets are on top, 1-0.
It's going to be important for the Wildcats to not get any kind of hole early. You know, we're in the midst of a 5-game losing streak here, capped off by a Tuesday nighter, a tough late inning comeback from Jacksonville. The momentum is important.
This is the team in Alabama State that has scored 139 runs in 18 games, so they can swing the bat. The SWAC is typically more offense-based than pitching and defense-based. A lot of high-scoring contests.
Contrast from the MEAC, where the Wildcats came from. That's why you see kind of a different, contrasting playing style for Coach Hernandez and his staff as they adjust to the new league.
This is Kyler McIntosh, who's a .355 hitter. 13 runs on 22 hits, 1 homer, 9 RBIs. With Hay at first and 1 run in already in the inning. Santos, the righty, deals. This one is lasered into left. Long run for Pena. He's not going to get there, and that's going to hop over the wall for a ground rule double. Hay goes to third. McIntosh standing on second. It's the 3rd hit of the inning for the Hornets, and a rocky start for Nolan Santos, who Coach Jonathan Hernandez has tabbed for this important start for the Wildcats.
And this will be traditionally Lewis Lipthrat's start. He's anchored the Friday night spot all of last season and to start this season, but Lipthrat hasn't quite looked like himself to start the year. Tabbing Nolan Santos with the Friday start, you have to wonder if it affects his mentality on the mound. We'll certainly see as this one goes on.
Swing and a miss first pitch from Corey King. King, the lowest batting average in the starting lineup, the first baseman, a .197 hitter. 5 runs on 12 hits, 1 homer, 8 RBIs for King. And the 0-1 from Santos. He did not go, so it's 1-1.
Especially for pitchers, you know, and especially at this level. Something as critical as getting that Friday start can really affect the way you think about it, the stress level on the mound. To be named a Friday starter is a big deal.
And for Santos, it means coming off of a shorter week because he pitched on Saturday last week, so he's only on 6 days of rest instead of his typical 7.
Change of routine, change of mentality. Pitching, luckily, still a day game, but a lot of different factors. See how he handles it.
The 2-1 is in there for a strike, 2-2. It's really important for Santos to get out of this inning with no further damage. You don't want to go down too far to a team that's averaging about 7 runs a game. We know the Wildcats can score. They put up 7 on Tuesday against Jacksonville, and then they've put up double digits a couple of times this season. Swing and a miss from King, and that will end the inning. 1 run, 3 hits, 1 left. And after a half inning of play, it's Alabama State 1, Bethune-Cookman coming to bat right here on the Cat Eye Network.
Designated hitter, number 5, Luis Tuero.
Luis Tuero leads off the bottom of the first for Wildcats in a 1-0 hole to Alabama State here in the first SWAC contest of the season. The lefty usually plays over at third base. Today in the DH spot as he recovers from a little bit of an injury.
Dealing with some shoulder soreness, a little bit of pain, maybe some of the grounders we saw in Tuesday night's game. A little weird handling the ball, a couple of throws in the dirt, just giving him a chance to take a little bit of a breather. Definitely need his bat at the plate.
Went 0 for 3 with a walk on Tuesday, and this time he grounds out to McIntosh at short. And there is one away. On the mound for the Hornets is the sophomore from Calle, Puerto Rico, Omar Melendez. Melendez, the ERA leader of this Alabama State staff at a .74 ERA. And it's not like he's only pitched one game either. 4 appearances, 4 starts, 2 complete games in 24 1/3 inning pitched on the season. In those 24 1/3, he's given up 16 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned. Has walked 6 and struck out 32. The count is quickly 0-2 to Garrett Chun. And Chun hits it high in the air to left and not deep, but the ball gets down. There's confusion in the outfield. Chun trying to stretch it to 2, and he'll be there with a sliding double.
And that is how the Wildcats will beat you at the plate. They've certainly got their guys who can do damage with their bats. But when you make mistakes against a team like this is when you can get into trouble. They have a tendency to steal a base when needed, cause havoc at the plate, advance on wild pitches. They tend to be a smarter base running team. If you're going to give the Wildcats chances like that, you better hope your pitcher can pick up the slack.
McIntosh, the second baseman, went out. Hay, the left fielder, came in, and neither of them could decide on who was going to pick up the ball, and eventually the ground did it for him. Here is Highland Hall, the right-hand hitter transfer from Washington State, batting .278 on the year, 12 runs on 15 hits, 1 homer, 8 RBIs, and he takes the first pitch low for ball 1. In one of the most bizarre moves of the season on Tuesday, Highland, who we could not find any pitching statistics for at all, was thrown on the mound in the 7th inning of a 1-run game, and it was unfortunately responsible for the 2 runs that gave Jacksonville the win. Fouls that one off, 1-1.
Talking to Coach Hernandez after the game, Highland has not thrown in a game in game action, I should say. He has participated in some scrimmages and some workouts. He's been throwing on the mound. He's a guy that they do expect to do a handful of work out of the pen, but it was just an opportunity for them to get him some work in before conference play. Did cost them a win, but hopefully we'll see Hall better for it.
The lefty Melendez deals upstairs, and the count is 2-1. Hall much better with the bat. We've seen him pull out some clutch hits this season.
Definitely expected to be a massive part of this Wildcats offensive attack.
Although it was one of only 2 Wildcats on Tuesday that didn't get on base. He went 0 for 5. Same with Robert Moya.
Uncharacteristic for both of them, no doubt. But that would mean they're due, if you believe in that sort of thing.
They are due, as Melendez misses upstairs again, and the count is 3-1. The lefty wearing the bright blue glove. Both starters wearing bright blue gloves today. Winds and fires. Down low, ball 4, and Hall is aboard. Runners on first and second.
Looks like we may be in for a very back-and-forth battle today. And you know, for these doubleheaders, it'll get even more interesting as the day goes on.
It's all about, you really need your starters to go deep into the first game so you don't run out of relievers for the second game. It's an interesting dynamic to be sure. Here's Robert Moya, who struck out 4 times and walked his 5th time against Jacksonville on Tuesday. Looking for a bounce-back game from him. On the season, he's batting .279 with 11 runs on 17 hits, 1 homer, and 10 RBIs. And he takes a first pitch in the dirt. Melendez has missed 5 straight.
And with Moya, you know, I was talking to Coach Hernandez about him and his performance Tuesday night and beyond. I'd be interesting to dig more into the data if time ever permitted to see how he hits when he's playing at first base like he is tonight versus when he's in the DH spot, and see if maybe that field impacts his approach.
Inside, 6 straight balls for Melendez, and it's 2-0.
I'm sure it's uncharacteristic for him, but again, we talk about you can't let the Wildcats have opportunities like this. Although men on base have haunted them this season, see if they can capitalize, maybe put up a crooked number here early.
Left 9 on base on Tuesday, including leaving the bases loaded twice. Here's the 2-0. Swung on and grounded through the left side. There's a base hit. Rounding third is Chun. He will score without a throw, and the Wildcats have tied the game.
Confidence booster for Moya, confidence booster for the Wildcats offense. No doubt for Nolan Santos on the mound. Great way to start off the first.
That's the way to rebound from an early hole. 3 straight, or a hit, a walk, and a hit. And there you go. Here's the newly minted left fielder, Boris Pena, who we saw make a pretty tough catch out there in the first inning. And he did on Tuesday as well. And maybe he could be building into the everyday left fielder for this club. Who knows?
Certainly has the athleticism for it.
Tall and lanky is Pena. And the first pitch from Melendez, he swings and misses at a fastball, and it's 0-1. Pena is one of those guys, he doesn't do things by half measures. If he swings, it's going to be for the fences.
Wildcats have a handful of guys like that, but so does everybody else in baseball in 2023.
First and second, 1 man out. 1 in already in the inning. Pitch from Melendez, called strike outside corner, and it's 0-2. Tough spot for Pena. Early in the count, I almost expected him to lay down a bunt to move the runners over, but
can't say I've ever seen Boris Pena lay down a bunt.
Not really the guy to do that. Melendez looking for an upstairs call, won't get it. 1-2. Pena, 286 hitter, 9 runs on 14 hits, 1 homer, 11 RBIs. If there's a day for one of these Wildcats to get their second homer of the season, it might be today with the wind blowing straight out the center. Outside, 2-2.
Pena, of course, had one of the most thrilling homers of the season last year in the SWAC tournament in contest against Grambling. Really put the Wildcats ahead, gave them some serious momentum, and they cruised to a big-time victory that set up the meeting with Alabama State.
Was that the game that went multiple extra innings and took about 5 hours?
It was a 17-1 contest.
Okay, I do remember.
So it did take a long time.
Popped up behind the plate, the catcher, George, squeezes it. And there are 2 away, and here is George Braceras.
Nice play from the 3rd-string catcher for Alabama State.
Batting six.
Ball will find you if you get put in spots like that and made the play.
You hear the announcer saying Jorge. It is George Braceras, but spelled Jorge. Lefty to righty the pitch. Strike. Melendez has a really nice delivery, very easy, makes the pitch seem faster than it should be. He's got his fastball up in the low to mid 90s. The 0-1. Fouled off 0-2. Braceras, a .290 hitter. 5 runs on 9 hits, 1 homer, 9 RBIs. 2 on, 2 out in the first. Wildcats have already tied the game at 1. And the pitch. Upstairs, 2-1. Or excuse me, 1-2. Exact same scenario as the previous AB by Pena.
Wildcats would love to make more out of this inning. Leaving 2 on base, settling for 1 is tough against a team like Alabama State.
And you know that the Hornets are not done scoring in this contest. A 1-2. Way outside, and you could tell from Melendez's face that he missed his spot that time.
It's always funny with these games against, 2 top pitchers. One you peg every time coming in, pitchers duel. They always have a way of working out in a high-scoring affair. It's just a baseball thing.
Yeah. And because of this is the front end of a doubleheader, you may see these managers as a swing and a miss, strike 3, and Braceras goes down to end the inning. You may see these managers stick with their starters a little bit longer than you may otherwise do so in a normal contest. 1 run, 2 hits, 2 left. And we head to the second inning of play, 1-1 between the Hornets and the Wildcats right here on the Cat Eye Network. Nolan Santos back on the mound for his second inning of work from Miami. Went and played at Miami-Dade College while Bethune-Cookman Athletics was on hold in the 2021 season, and then came back to play for Coach Hernandez.
Really broke out for the Wildcats last year. Did not open the season as a starter in 2022.
They ended with a 4.38 ERA and 90 innings pitched on the season. High pop by Christian Lopez, and it is caught by Hall for out number 1.
Better start to this one for Santos. It'll be good to see some quick outs and really get into a rhythm and flow and gut through this one.
Here's the DH, Jaden Sloan, a .377 hitter. 10 runs on 20 hits, 3 homers and 11 RBIs. He's the pop in the bottom half of the order, and he fouls this one straight back 0-1. And we were talking during the break, Bryce, about colorful gloves and how the style across a lot of sports has changed in the past decade and 3 years or so. There's a strike from Santos, breaking ball that found the inner corner.
Yeah, and until baseball and the NFL and a few other leagues outside of baseball kind of loosen their restrictions on cleats and this or that, gloves are a way to get your brand across.
I do notice that Santos is wearing white cleats, and I thought that you were not allowed to wear white cleats as a pitcher.
I'm not aware of that rule. I didn't know that was...
Well, because as here's the 1-2, swing on a miss at a ball in the dirt. Nice heads-up play by Braceras to tag Sloan as he goes down on strikes. But I don't remember the player's name, but there was a player for the Giants in the last couple of years that was a submariner, and his release point was all the way down by his shoes. And the league said you couldn't wear white shoes, and I'm not sure if that was just for him or for the entire league, or that's a major league thing, or I don't know. Because he wore these white shoes to confuse hitters about where the ball was going out. Laced into left field, and that's going to get down between the center field and left field. Racing to second and sliding in safely is Jamal George. Second double of the game for Alabama State. This one comes with 2 outs in the inning. George, a .255 hitter, 18 runs on 13 hits, 1 homer, and 6 RBIs. And we go back to the top of the order for Randy Flores, who singled and scored on the first pitch of the game.
That's a big play for George. Like I said earlier in this one, the third-string catcher and filling a huge hole. Hunter May last year for Alabama State. All SWAC guy, a massive part of both the defensive and offensive attack for Alabama State. Was scheduled to come back for the Hornets this year.
Ground ball left side. Picked by Olesen across to first in time. Nice play by both Olesen and Santos to get out of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the first and bottom of the second, in a 1-1 game between the Hornets and the Wildcats. Brian Perez leads off the second for the Wildcats, trying to break this 1-1 tie. First SWAC contest of the season for both of these teams. Breaking ball misses outside and high. And the count 1-0 for Melendez, who struggled with command a little bit here early. Has walked one and almost walked a second one. Perez, this is only his second game of the season.
Yeah, he was a big part of the Wildcats at the plate and at third base last season. Dealt with some injuries, very banged up as the season closed out. He's still been kind of rehabbing from that to start this year.
He swings and hits it high in the air down the first base line, not deep. Moving over is Jamison, and he makes the catch, 1 away.
After, of course, I go out last inning and say this is going to be an offensive back and forth. A quick inning and a quick start to this one.
Here's Jeremy Garcia, a .311 hitter in the 8-hole. 8 runs on 14 hits, no homers, 6 RBIs. An even .400 slugging percentage. Strike on the outside corner, 0-1. You think maybe the pitchers will have settled down a little bit after a rough start?
Definitely some adrenaline coming into the first competition in SWAC.
Melendez deals a fastball strike upstairs, and it's 0-2 quickly. Melendez does work pretty fast, as we'll see in the second game with Daniel Gaviria playing for Bethune-Cookman on the mound. He is a very fast pitcher. Catcher really wanted to frame that. George didn't get it, though, and it's 1-2.
Gaviria is a blast to watch, and for those of us working both of these games, he'll hopefully mean the doubleheader. The second game will be a quick one.
Melendez shakes off a pitch from George. Now comes and fires. Line drive, foul. Just missed the bag on the third base side. That would have been a double if that had landed fair.
Garcia had the pair of errors in the field on Tuesday night. A couple of low throws bounced on the first baseman, Moya.
That ball bounced off the wall right next to the bullpen out down the left field line and ricocheted into left field, so we had to delay play a little bit while the ball was retrieved. Now we're ready to go again. Here's the 1-2 line, ground ball first base side. King will take it himself. And there are quickly 2 away, and here's the 9-hole hitter, Colton Olison, who made that nice defensive play at second to end the top half of this inning. Olison is a black hole at second. Nothing escapes him.
You know what you're going to get from Olison every time he's out there. Started every game. Started all but one game last season, I believe. Just a breather towards the end of the year.
Strike on the outside corner. Now Melendez is really finding his spots here in the second inning. Olison, .283 hitter, 8 runs on 15 hits, no homers, and 8 RBIs. Not really a guy you can count on for power, but if he gets on, he is a speedy, speedy guy. He can burn you on the base paths.
Out of the 9-hole, you love his production to start this season.
The 1-1, strike outside corner, 1-2. I think the Wildcat hitters are going to have to understand that the home plate umpire, Damian Gatling, is going to call that outside corner. He's been doing it consistently the first 2 innings. So you're going to have to swing at it, just try and put it the other way. Middle infielders, both feet on the outfield grass. The middle is open. Olison swings and misses at a waste of a pitch outside, and that'll end the inning. No runs, no hits, no one left on, and we go to the third, 1-1 between the Hornets and the Wildcats. The senior from Atlanta, Georgia, Trenton Jameson, steps into the batter's box for his second AB of the day. Fly to left his first time off. That was the tough catch for Pena in left. First pitch swinging, he chops it in front of the plate. That'll be ruled a foul ball. Jameson originally signed to Lawson State Community College out of Mays High School in Atlanta. And after one season there, has played the last 2 years for the Hornets.
You know, Mike, I'm doing some more digging on the white cleats rule. Doesn't look like that applies in the NCAA, just in Major League Baseball.
Strike from Santos in the count 0-2. Santos 34 strikeouts coming into the game, with opponents batting a 159 average against.
Wildcats set the record last season for the most strikeouts in a single season by a pitcher.
Swing and a miss at a ball in the dirt. And down on strikes goes Jameson. Third strikeout of the game for Santos.
Averaging over double-digit strikeouts in every appearance thus far this year. Figures to probably blow past his total from last year at 113 if it continues how it has.
Here's Ian Matos, one of a number of players on this Bama State roster from the Dominican Republic. Nice slider for a strike from Santos. From Toa Alta, and a transfer from Galveston College down in Texas. Missed all of last season due to an injury, but back this year. And back in a big way. I mentioned he was the reigning SWAC Player of the Week in a series against Lindenwood, which Alabama State won very handily. 11-0, 4-3, and then 9-2. Lindenwood, a brand new D1 program this year.
A lot of these SWAC schools will play a lot of D1s, a lot of NAIAs. This season and last season, saw a lot of it, so it makes reading the SWAC statistic page a little difficult because I promise you no one has played the South Carolinas and the level of competition that BCU has faced to start this year.
High pop on the infield. Calling for it is the third baseman, Perez. He makes the catch, and they're two-way. And a lot of times, the SWAC schools in the non-conference will play each other because in the regular season, you do not play against teams from the other division. So BCU will not play West Division teams in the regular season. We'll only ever play them when it comes to tournament time. So, for instance, Alabama State has played Grambling and Southern in their non-conference, and they actually have one team in common with Bethune-Cookman on the schedule this year, that being Purdue-Fort Wayne. They took 3 of 4 from the Mastodons back in February.
As did the Wildcats the weekend later.
1-1 from Santos. Swing and a miss by Jack Hay. Hay had the had the single to drive in Flores, and then reached third on the ground rule double, was stranded there in the first. Swing and a miss at a ball in the dirt. Hay running down to first, but he will be K'd up by the throw from Becerris. 1, 2, 3, go the Hornets as we go to the bottom of the third. Still 1-1. Top of the order for the Wildcats here in the third. Luis Torrero. Luis Torrero grounded out to shortstop his first time out, first pitch swinging. Usually the third baseman. He is the designated hitter today. Takes his strike outside corner 0-1.
Started every game for the Wildcats thus far this season, getting a little bit of a break. In the field, I should say.
Melendez bounces one to the plate like he's playing cricket, and unfortunately that's not the rules here, 1-1.
Are we not playing cricket, Mike?
I had a very long conversation when I was out at Stetson Baseball on Wednesday about cricket, about how it differs from baseball. Because I like cricket, I'll watch it, but
Wouldn't catch me watching cricket, Mike.
pop into foul territory on the left-hand side. Lopez makes the catch, and there's one away. So Tuero 0 for 2.
There's deep foul territory here at the Jack. Makes for a lot of playable balls down there, and a lot of other parks may not see that.
Garrett Chun, the run scorer for the Wildcats, doubled and then was brought home on the Robert Moya base hit. And he grounds one to the left. In the hole is Flores, spins and fires, and there's quickly 2 away.
Like you alluded to, Mike, both pitchers here really settling into a rhythm. Going to work, quick innings.
And the middle infield for Alabama State continues to play very deep. And depending on the batter, they either fade towards the middle or fade towards the outsides. They're playing Highland Hall kind of up the middle. Hall walked and was stranded on second his first time up. Another strike on the outside corner from Melendez. He knows he's going to get that call every time. He's putting them right there.
Be interested to see if some of the speedier Wildcats, especially towards the bottom of the order, maybe try to drop a bunt down later on in this one and try to reach base that way if this defense continues.
And seeing how far back even the first and third basemen are playing 3/4 of the way towards the outfield grass. Hall dribbles one foul third base side. And the count holds 1-2. Wildcats started hot at home. 2 of 3 from Lehigh, 4 of 4 from Purdue Fort Wayne, 2 of 3 from Longwood, but then here's a grounder to the left-hand side by Hall. Scooped by Lopez. He fires and skips it in there in time. 1, 2, 3. Go the Wildcats, as 3 straight 1, 2, 3 innings means we go to the 4th with the score still tied at 1. Connor McIntosh leads off the inning for Bama State. Ground rule doubled over the left field fence his first time up. And the first pitch from Santos, swing, chop foul right at home plate, 0-1. McIntosh hitting .355. 13 runs on 22 hits, 1 homer, 9 RBIs. This is an Alabama State team with an overall .508 slugging percentage and have crushed 23 home runs on the season, as opposed to just 8 for Bethune-Cookman.
Just like they did last year, Wildcats struggling to find a power stroke early.
Santos is 0-2. Upstairs near the face of McIntosh, and it's 1-2.
But at the same time, the Wildcats are not a team that relies on power to beat you. They've got plenty of other ways to do it.
Grab ball left side. Scoop by Garcia. Long throw to first. Pulls Moya off the bag, but he is in the right position to tag McIntosh in the chest for the putout.
Moya being challenged over there at first base. Settles it down, makes the play.
Saw that a couple of times on Tuesday with errant throws from the left side of the infield.
It's been solid over there for the Wildcats. The BCU enjoyed a platoon over there last season, but Moya has really taken command over there to start the season.
Line drive right field. Base hit from Corey King. He struck out his first time up. That's going to get by Hall and to the wall. King to second. He loses his batting glove, but still makes it to second without a slide. And it's a double with one out for King, and they've got one aboard.
Yeah, Hall was set up pretty far towards the line down there in right field. If he was maybe closer to center, makes the play, but it's going to get just by him to the wall, and got a double for one of the SWAC's best in Corey King.
Here's Christian Lopez. Flew out to right his first time up. He's swinging that bright orange bat. You can probably see that from space. First pitch from Santos. Strike on the outside corner. Santos is getting that outside corner to righties just as much as Melendez is.
As a squirrel climbs up near our broadcast booth. I haven't seen that here at the Jack very often.
Very daring squirrel. He's in foul ball territory.
We've seen balls hit there even today already.
The 0-1. Swung on and line to right. Hall tracking, he makes the catch, and a nice throw on a line in from Highland Hall to prevent King from going to third.
2 quick outs here for Alabama State. Like we said, to a rhythm.
And that's the second straight fly ball to right for Christian Lopez. Sloan struck out his first time up. One of the 4 strikeouts for Santos so far in the ball game. With a runner on second and 2 out here in the top of the 4th. Santos deals. Strike called. Santos, I mentioned Melendez's real smooth windup. Santos a little bit more robotic almost. Has a little bit more angularity to his motion as he rifles a fastball past the swing of Sloan, and it's 0-2.
Nolan related to Jerry Santos, an MLB draft pick, 39th round pick, played for FIU.
That helicopter is back. I'll turn down the ambient noise a little bit. The 0-2. Braceras tried to frame it, but it was outside 1-2.
It's like Channel 2 helicopter, maybe looking for some St. Patrick's Day festivities, or who's to say?
Santos deals, swing and a miss. Got him with the breaking ball. And a 5th strikeout of the game for Nolan Santos. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 1-1 between the Wildcats and the Hornets. Robert Moya leads off the bottom of the fourth for the Wildcats, looking for a breakthrough here. After both teams scored in the first, the pitchers have gotten it together, as the last 6 batters for both teams have been sat down and opposed.
What we're seeing and what we're going to see all weekend is a pretty evenly matched team here at the top of the SWAC East.
Would not be surprised if this is a semifinal or even a final of the SWAC tournament like it was last year. Chop back to the mound. Melendez has all day to throw, and Moya is out. Here's Boris Pena, popped it up behind the plate his first time out. Pena real big on Tuesday. 3 hits and 2 runs against Jacksonville. And the lanky righty crowds the plate, swings and misses at a fastball from Melendez, 0-1. Working quickly, Pena fouls it off 0-2. It also wouldn't surprise me if the 2 pitchers today in this game, or maybe Gaviria, would be in the running for SWAC Pitcher of the Year as well.
Especially the way that all 3 of these guys have started the season. There's no question.
Upstairs, 1-2. We've seen a lot of counts early in this ball game work this way. 2 quick strikes and then a ball, and maybe a foul and another ball. And hitters trying to work their way back into counts. This one in the dirt, 2-2.
It'll also be interesting to see as the season goes on, whether it be for Pitcher of the Week, Pitcher of the Year awards. You know, Nolan's got the strikeouts. Gaviria's got the length and the consistency. We see a little bit of both here from Melendez. What the voters prefer.
He gets Pena to pop it up right-hand side. Going back is Flores, and the second baseman makes a nice over-the-shoulder catch. Quickly 2 gone for the Wildcats.
Day full of pitching and defense after I famously in the first inning said it would be an offensive back and forth.
Here's Braceras. One of only 2 Ks in the ball game for Melendez, and the lefty deals, and he bounces another one to the plate. And for only a freshman, Jamal George is having his work cut out for him today.
Like we mentioned, taking over for Hunter May, who is slated to be one of the best in the SWAC and probably in college baseball at his position. Came into the season expecting to play, but due to some personal things, neglected not to return.
Upstairs, 2-0. Melendez swings and misses, and they corrected the count on the scoreboard to 1-1, so now it's 1-2. And now the 1-2. Swing and a miss, ball in the dirt. Picking it up and throwing it to first on a lob is George, and 1-2-3 go the Wildcats. 9 up, 9 down for the Wildcats in the last 3 innings as Melendez has found his groove. We go to the 5th. It's still 1-1. We head to the 5th inning in the opening contest of the SWAC season, and the two teams predicted to finish 1 and 2 in the SWAC East Division. Alabama State first, Bethune-Cookman second. Santos deals, swing and a miss by the catcher Jamal George.
You know, anytime you
Has a strike on the outside corner, 0-2.
You know, anytime in the postseason, like the Wildcats fell to Alabama State last year, you know, talking to any coach, any player, you always feel like, you know, we should have had them. We could have had them.
High fly ball to left, and that ball is gone. Wait. He's going to hold up at second. Now the umpire signals it's gone. Off the top of the wall and into the historic scoreboard.
Ball kicked back over the wall off the scoreboard where the confusion came in, but we see George. You know, I've talked a couple of times about Hunter May to start this game, and not only has it meant nothing, it seems like the Hornets are just fine with the services of George behind the plate. Breaking this one, breaking the tie, 2-1 Alabama State.
And now back to the top of the order. It's now 2-1 Bama State. Here's Randy Flores. Had the first run of the game for the Hornets after singling his first time up. Moving over on 2 sacrifice flies and then was knocked in by Jack Hay. There's a strike, and it is 2-1.
Talked about the wind earlier in this one, Mike. Have to wonder, the wind wasn't blowing so strong right out to center. Does that one get over the wall?
Maybe not, but it doesn't matter now, as the backswing from Flores looks like caught Braceras. He's in a bit of discomfort. Does go down as a strike, and it's 2-2. Rest of the projected order of finish in the SWAC division: Bama State first, Bethune-Cookman second, Florida A&M third, Jackson State fourth, Alabama A&M fifth, and Mississippi Valley State sixth. 2-2 from Santos. Outside corner, 3-2. In the West, Southern is predicted to finish first, Grambling State second, Prairie View A&M third, Texas Southern fourth, Arkansas Pine Bluff fifth, and Alcorn State sixth. There's 2 straight balls to end the AB from Santos, puts Flores aboard. And the first pitcher to blink, you think maybe could put their team in trouble in this game, and Santos has blinked pretty heavily here in the 5th inning.
90 innings pitched last year, only allowed 7 homers did Santos.
Spin to throw back to first. It's diving in safely, Flores. They tried to pick off Flores a couple of times in the first inning. Almost got him. But eventually he did come around to score the run.
10 for 12 on stolen base attempts.
2 straight pickoffs. In the batter's box now is Trenton Jameson. Fly to left and struck out at his first 2 plate appearances. The Alabama State dugout gets a little loud, getting behind their players. Santos steps off again. Now the first pitch to Jameson is a strike. Breaking ball, caught the outside corner. I do find it shocking that Mississippi Valley State in the East got 1 first place vote. This one hit on a rocket out to center field, and that ball is gone. And the Hornets have blown this game open on a 2-run bomb by Trenton Jameson.
Another ball, no doubt, aided by some wind help, but well hit. May have gotten out either way. Santos showing some cracks, showing some frustration. At this point, it's a matter of settling down, trying to get back into that rhythm and going some length for the Wildcats, keeping them in it.
3 already in the inning on the 2 homers, one by George and one by Jamison. Jamison's 3rd home run of the year and 16th and 17th RBIs. Santos doesn't get the call in the outside corner, the count 1-1. So before Jamison launched that one to the moon, as that ball's inside 2-1, I was remarking that Mississippi Valley State got a first place vote in the East, and Alcorn State got 2 in the West. Strike outside corner, 2-2.
You know, the way these awards are voted on by sports information directors and head coaches, you technically you cannot vote for your own players for awards, but you could vote for your team to finish first in its respective league. Could have seen some bias there, but no way to tell.
On the ground is short. Garcia fields and fires. And a nice pick by Moya at first, and there is one away.
You know, this is an important game for today, for the season, for this series. You know, momentum for both sides. Whoever wins this game, especially against these starting pitchers, can tell themselves, you know, we started off SWAC play with a win against one of the SWAC's best teams, one of the SWAC's best pitchers. You know, there's a lot more that comes with it mentally from taking game 1 of this series. And some people, you may argue, momentum in baseball is only as good as your next starting pitcher, but definitely just seeing the spirit of both of these teams out here on every run, on every pitch, it's important.
Quickly 0-2 for Jack Hay. Singleton was stranded on third in the first, and then struck out in the third. Foul tipped, and Jack Hay stays alive. And arguably, if either of these two teams sweep the doubleheader today, then they may have wrapped up the SWAC East if everything plays out how we think it might. Swing and a miss. Strikeout for Nolan Santos. Jack Hayes 2nd. And Santos is 6th of the contest. And there's 2 away. Here's Connor McIntosh. McIntosh hit the ground rule double in the first and then grounded out to short in the 4th. McIntosh, a sophomore from Columbus, Indiana. Columbus North High School. The 0-2. Another one in the dirt. Braceras tags the runner to complete the strikeout. So 3 straight outs, but not before 3 straight runs on 2 long balls. One by George, a solo shot, and then Flores walked and Jamison drove him in with a blast to right center. 3 runs in on 2 hits, none left. And at the end of 4 1/2, it's 4-1 Hornets over the Wildcats of Bethune-Cookman right here on the Cat Eye Network. Brian Perez in his first appearance for the season in a Wildcat uniform. Trying to get something going for Bethune-Cookman here in the 5th, down 4-1. as Omar Melendez has sat down the Wildcats 9 up, 9 down over the past 3 innings. In fact, the Wildcats only have 2 hits, both coming in the first. The last Wildcats to get on base was Robert Moya when he singled home Garrett Chun in the bottom of the first. And a swing and a miss, an 0-2 quickly.
Important inning for confidence for the Wildcats. Really like to start putting something together at the plate and get back in this one.
In the dirt, 1-2. Brian Perez, a senior, also from Miami, Florida, one of the many South Florida kids on this roster. And he grounds this one to first. And stepping on the bag to retire him is King, the reigning SWAC newcomer and player of the year, and there's one away. Second ground out in the game that was just gone right to King. And he's taken it himself. And the other man that did that is Jeremy Garcia, who bats now.
Middle infielder still on the outfield grass. First and third base moved in a bit.
First 2 pitches miss outside, and it's 2-0 to Garcia. Jeremy, a sophomore from St. Cloud and Harmony High School. That one misses high, 3-0. Played in 39 or 43 games with 39 starts as a redshirt freshman last year. His freshman season would have been 2021, but the Wildcats opted out of that season. There's a strike, and it's 3-1. Strike 3-2 as Garcia doesn't move the bat off his shoulder.
Thought he earned ball 4 there. Was ready to toss the bat towards the dugout. He'll stay in there.
Throws his bat and fouls it off. And the bat ends up close to the Alabama State bench.
Always standing out there. That was a rocket.
Always scary when a bat leaves the hands like that. The 3-2. And chop foul again. Garcia staying alive. 4-year letter winner at Harmony High School in St. Cloud. Won a district championship as a senior. 3-2 again. Ground ball to first, and once again, Corey King will keep it himself and retire 2 banners in a row.
King doing a nice job over there, vacuuming up everything that comes his way, making it look easy. We know a lot of those plays aren't, especially with the way balls kick off the turf. He's done his job.
Here's Olesen, struck out his first time up. On the season, only 7 strikeouts, which is the lowest in this lineup of players that have played more than 10 games. So he doesn't often strike out, but with an on-base percentage of only .397, he does ground out a lot. Takes a pitch upstairs and the count 1-1. Olesen, a senior from Spring Hill, Florida, pops this one high in the air. Foul down the first baseline. King going back and makes the catch leaning back, and he has recorded all 3 outs in the inning by himself. 1, 2, 3 for the 4th straight inning go the Wildcats, and we head to the 6th. It's a 4-run lead for Alabama State. Corey King, the man who made all 3 outs by himself in the field at first base for Alabama State in the last half inning, leads off this one. Doubled his second time up in the 4th and struck out in the 1st to end the 1st inning. As I mentioned, the reigning SWAC player and newcomer of the year. Swings and misses, and the count 0-2.
King hit .372 last season, led the SWAC in hits. Big part of that title run for the Hornets.
Ground ball outside of 3rd, and it'll stay alive 0-2. King, not a stranger to the state of Florida, a transfer from Seminole State Community College. Originally from Lithonia, Georgia. And Santos deals, swung on and chopped foul off of King's leg. And that one stung a little bit, and it holds 0-2.
King also led the SWAC in home runs last year with 14. He's got 1 so far this year.
A bit of a slow start for King, only batting .197. With a starting lineup low, 5 runs scored.
They'll need him to figure it out if they want a serious run to the SWAC title. He's got to be a part of it.
I think our home plate umpire, Damian Gatling, is just trying to keep things moving. He told King to step into the box. Santos has missed 2 straight. It's 2-2. Swing and a miss, and King tried to chase one down and away, and he struck out for the 2nd time today. 8 strikeouts for Santos. As you said, Bryce, he's averaging double digits and will likely need to strike out the next 2 batters to get there, as he is up there in his pitch count.
Even on his off days, he knows how to get swings and misses.
Here's Christian Lopez, who's flied out twice, but this time it gets down in front of Highland Hall. He's hit all 3 to right field.
Probably the smart decision by Hall to let that one bounce in front. Was close enough, probably could have flirted with a slide or a dive, but when you're trying to stay around, poke around in this game with 2 outs, don't give him a chance to push a single into a double or worse.
Well, remember, he dove for the ball off the bat of Corey King that eventually ended up going to the wall and being a double for King in the 4th. Maybe a little bit of memory there, as Santos has been aggressive in trying to pick guys off at first. Here's Jaden Sloan, the junior, playing for his hometown team. Montgomery, Alabama is his birthplace. Swing and a miss, and the count 0-1.
Santos at 79 pitches, no activity in the BCU pen. Obviously, it's important with another game today and one tomorrow to preserve the bullpen as much as you can, but still need a sense of urgency here against one of the SWAC top teams.
Another cut and miss, and that the exact same breaking ball low and away. Sloan has struck out twice already, once in the 2nd, once in the 4th. Santos looking to make it a hat trick against him in this contest. And his 0-2 is swung on and missed, but the ball skips away from Braceras. And since there was a runner on first, they're going to call him out. And a 3rd straight strikeout for Sloan. Although, on the pass ball, Christian Lopez does get away to 2nd. So there's a runner on 2nd with 2 down, and here's Jamal George, who led off the last inning with a solo homer.
Scoreboard read 2 outs there, but I think it was an error. Now we should be at 2 outs. So the inning will continue.
George is 2 for 2. A double in the 2nd, and of course the solo shot in the 5th.
Big start to conference play for the 9-hitter.
Chop foul right at home plate. That one caught Braceras, looked like in the arm.
Kind of had a tough couple innings out here. You say he got hit by the bat late last inning. A little beat up out there, walking it off.
Life's tough for a catcher. It's a role I never really wanted to play. I played it a couple times in Little League and in junior high, but never really stuck there.
Between the constant squatting, the constant danger, I feel like you have to kind of have a very particular mentality if you're ready to commit to that on a night-to-night basis.
The 0-1 after the delay from Santos. He checks the runner at second and now comes home. Strike called. And Santos 1 strike away from getting out of it.
George really crowding the plate.
As both teams have almost completely worn away that right-hand batter's box chalk on the inside corner. Long hold for Santos. Here's the 0-2. Got him looking. Santos gets 3 strikeouts in between the Lopez single. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. And we go to the bottom of the 6th. Wildcats need some runs. They trail by 3.
Now batting, number 5, Luis Tuero.
Luis Tuero leads off the 6th for the Wildcats. Melendez at 71 pitches still out there for the Hornets and has sat down 12 straight Wildcat batters. Tuero will likely be number 13 as he pops this up on the infield. And it's squeezed by McIntosh.
You know as well as I do, Mike, that a lot of times in games like this, just takes that one base hit, reach on an error, something to get a little bit of a rally going. And it's not like they're down a ton, only 3 runs. But as we go on here, running out of time, and with Melendez still with some left in the tank, they're really going to need to either get him out of this game or find a way to put some runs on the board.
Sean looks at ball 1 upstairs. Back on Tuero. He's put the ball in play every time. He's grounded out to short, popped out to third, and popped out to short. And I think now we're going to have some bullpen action for BCU as I see some movement down there on the left-hand side. The 1-1 from Melendez is hit on a line to right center. Moving over is Matos, and he makes the catch as the ball held up in the wind. And the Wildcats are quickly on to 2 outs.
And at the very least, against a guy like Melendez having a day that he has, you got to work deep in counts. A few Wildcats here and there have done it, but you got to push it. He's being very efficient. A lot of swings from the Wildcats.
And only 3 strikeouts. Most of the Wildcats have been able to put the ball in play. They just haven't been able to get on base.
We've seen the Wildcats thus far this season swinging early in a lot of counts. It's been a part of their attack. Need to slow things down and work deep into counts.
Takes a ball from Melendez to Highland Hall. Hall walked and was stranded on second of the first, then grounded out to short in the third. And the 1-0, excuse me, is in the dirt again. Melendez has had a touch of control issues, but it's been few and far between. Only only one walk in the game, and it was issued to Hall in the first. There's a strike by Melendez outside corner.
First pitch out for the Wildcats so far in this one.
Hall right back up the middle, and it gets through the dive of Flores. And finally, the duck is broken. 14 straight outs, and finally Highland Hall is on the board.
2 outs in this inning, but like I said, Mike, sometimes this is all it takes. A play that maybe if it was done over again, the second baseman makes that one. Slid just under his glove, but we'll see with Moya up. The Wildcats have a good group here to perhaps get on the board.
Here's the junior from Hialeah. Robert Moya has the 1 RBI in the game for the Wildcats in the first inning, singled in Garrett Chun from second. And he takes a strike, breaking ball outside corner. Wildcats only 3 hits in the ball game. Hornets up to 8.
Moya, one of only a handful of Wildcats with a homer this season. Wind has shifted a bit.
Moya, he was swinging for the fences and whiffed on it. And it's 0-2.
Wind now blowing out to right field. Was blowing out to dead center before. Shifted just a little bit.
The 0-2 from Melendez. In the dirt, 1-2. One, two. Upstairs, 2-2. Important AB from Moya here, trying to keep the inning going. The lefty Melendez fires. In the dirt, 3-2. 3 straight balls for Omar.
Great job by Moya to work this count full. Puts Melendez in a spot where he's got to make a pitch or just giving the Wildcats some life here in the 6th.
Full count, 2 outs, the pitch. And it's rifled into left field. There's a base hit for Moya. Hall goes to second and stops there, and the Wildcats have 2 on with 2 outs. And here's Boris Pena.
And that one right there is a credit to the patience of Moya. Like we said, going down 0-2, working the count full, forcing Melendez to give him a pitch to hit. And he's on first. Have a mound visit. First signs of a crack from the starter who's been stellar today. See what the Wildcats can do.
And this is head coach Jose Vasquez out to talk to his starter. Vasquez entering his 6th season with the Hornets, so he's been at the helm the exact same amount of time as Mr. Hernandez here in Daytona Beach.
And of course, these two coaches are fairly close and constant communication.
Hornets have played in the SWAC championship game 3 of the last 4 years, of course winning it last year and moving on to the NCAA tournament.
Sure, it's a different experience for them to see a team in BCU come in from the MEAC, kind of appear out of nowhere in a conference that they had shown some steady handle on for a bunch of years. Newcomer comes into the conference, immediately kind of strikes fear. Someone to worry about.
Here's Boris Pena. Popped out behind the plate to the catcher and popped out in foul territory to the second baseman. And this one's upstairs by his head. Velasquez, the Alabama State coach, is no stranger to Jackie Robinson Ballpark. 9 seasons as an assistant coach here at Bethune-Cookman, an associate head coach since 2011. This one hit high in the air to left. Going back, Hay, track, wall, it's gone! Adios, amigos, for Boris Pena. And the Wildcats have tied the game at 4 with a 2-out rally here in the 6th.
Well, Mike, sometimes a base hit is all you need. 2 outs away in this inning. Highland Hall squeaks one through just under the glove of the second baseman. Moya gets a nice single out into left field. Boris Pena makes him pay. That is great baseball. That is exactly how you get yourself back in to games like this. Critical game, critical series. Great job by Pena. Great job by the Wildcats. Brand new ball game.
And immediately we have a pitcher warming up in the Alabama State bullpen.
As well as a herd of Wildcats headed down to do the same.
And now Melendez is in a bit of a rough spot. He bounces one to the plate. First pitch to George Brasaris. It's a 3-run home run by Pena. Boris's second of the season, and this ball game is tied. 2-0 as the fastball missed outside from Melendez.
Knack for the dramatic has Pena. We mentioned some big-time plays, including a home run in last year's SWAC tournament.
Swung on and grounded to second. That's a hot ball, but McIntosh handles it, throws to first in time. 3 runs, 3 hits, none left. And we go to the 7th inning in a tie ball game here at the Jack. It's Wildcats 4, Hornets 4. We go to the 7th. Bethune-Cookman rallies with 3 in the bottom of the 6th to tie the game at 4. And it's the top of the order for the Hornets as Randy Flores leads off. He singled and scored in the first, walked and scored in the 5th. So sandwiched in between that is a ground out in the 2nd. And just want to take a minute to congratulate Daytona Beach's own Blake Hinson, a graduate of Deltona High School, on winning his first round NCAA March Madness game with the Pittsburgh Panthers. They upset Iowa State, a game I correctly predicted. Chopper to third. Tough throw, but a rocket from Perez across the diamond to get Flores out one away.
Good to see Nolan Santos last inning and into this one kind of settle back into a groove after a rough fifth. We're really going to start to see a chess match unfold here between these two teams as the Wildcats have to start looking at this one as a chance for a W. The Hornets in jeopardy of dropping one that they led early. We see activity in both pens or as quiet before. It's going to get interesting here at the Jack.
Here's Jamison with the 2-run bomb to right center. Last time up in the fifth. Before that, he flied to right and struck out. Santos got the big swing and miss on the breaking ball down and away. Santos, mostly a fastball power pitcher, doesn't go to the breaking ball very much, but sometimes when the hitter's not expecting it, he can really fool him as Jamison barely got any contact on that one.
Santos just a workhorse for the Wildcats. Over 90 pitches now, still showing just as much pop as he did in the first. Getting swings and misses.
The 1-2. Upstairs, and you can tell Jamison really wants to let one fly again. He's seeing the ball well, already has the home run today. That one just misses. The count runs full, 3-2.
Noticing some quieter dugouts on both sides as the tensions kind of get a little higher here now that this one has some juice to it.
The payoff from Santos. Jamison swings and misses. The 11th strikeout for Nolan Santos.
Nolan Santos does what Nolan Santos does, what he's done all year, what he did all to end last season. That's why Coach Hernandez had no problem tabbing him with critical Friday start, starting conference play against the SWAC champions.
4 of the last 5 have gone down by the K. And a first pitch strike looking to Ian Matos. Matos, the reigning SWAC player of the week. Really good numbers this season. He leads the team in batting average with a .424, 19 RBI, and 6 homers. But he has struggled today. Flew out to right, popped out to third, and then grounded out to short. And he's quickly behind 0-2. Santos wanted to get him to chase, but the bright orange bat does not leave Matos' shoulders. Matos, another one of the Puerto Ricans on this roster from Toa Alta. Oh, the breaking ball caught the inside corner, and Matos is down looking. Strikeout number 12 for Nolan Santos. 1-2-3. Go the Hornets. We head to the bottom of the 7th in a 4-4 ball game. And if that's the last involvement for Nolan Santos in this game, he went out with a bang. New pitcher for the Alabama State Hornets. They bring in the Juana Diaz, Puerto Rico native Sebastian Colon. He's a right-hand hitter, or pitcher, excuse me. And the first man to face him wearing white and black is Brian Perez, and he's got that unique sidearm delivery, and it deals to Perez's feet. The numbers on Colon, he's 1-0 with a save and a 5.06 ERA in 16 innings pitched. He's given up 11 runs on 12 hits, struck out 19 and walked only 1. This one finds the strike zone on the inside corner, and I have not faced many sidearmers. The number is probably less than I could count on a hand in my entire life. But as a right-hander, if you're facing a right-handed sidearmer, they're very difficult to hit because the release angle is almost at your feet, and the ball comes up towards the strike zone. Misses again, does Colon, and it's 2-1. Perez flied to right and grounded to first in his first 2 plate appearances. In his first game of the season for the Wildcats, Colon deals. And Perez, as you could tell, is all crossed up on that delivery. Barely got anything on it. It's 2-2.
All part of that chess match. Be interesting to see how the Wildcats handle the change in arm angle, how they can adapt after finally getting that momentum back at the plate. Be important for them to see the ball quickly and try to put something on base.
Swing and a miss. And Perez goes down swinging. Now I think we're going to see the end of Nolan Santos because he just walked all the way down to the bullpen to give a nice long talking to whoever is warming up in the Wildcats bullpen. And now, without a glove on, he's walking back to the dugout. And because the numbers are so hard to read on these BCU jerseys, they're white with a black outline. Strike called. I don't really know who is warming up out there. It's Yohan Gonzalez.
Got tabbed to be the closer for the Wildcats for much of this season. He was excellent Tuesday night.
Got the last 6 outs, but unfortunately the Wildcats were already down by 2. Fly ball to left, caught by Hay, and there's quickly 2 away. And now Colton Olesen, the 9-hole hitter, to try and prevent going 1-2-3 for the 5th time this game.
Thought the Wildcats might go 1-2-3 last inning. Little 2-out magic. Tied this one at 4.
And if Olesen gets on base, it brings up the top of the order. Although we've seen this week the top of the order not be the damage dealers for the Wildcats. It's been the middle and bottom third. And Olesen right back where it came from, up the middle. There's a base hit. Another 2-out base knock for the Wildcats. Highland Hall got it started in the last inning. And now Luis Tuero, who led off the last inning, is back at the plate. He's grounded out to short and then popped it up on the infield twice.
Olesen's been an outstanding table setter for the top of the lineup all season. Ball was well hit right back up the middle. Now we'll see if the Wildcats have any more 2-out magic in them.
Right down the middle, strike 1 from Colon. Colon played at the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy in that equivalent of high school ball before coming to the States to play for the Hornets. This one is hit on a line down the first base line. It's going to get down, and it's going to get to the wall. Jamison recovers and fires in, but going all the way to third is Colton Olesen on the 2-out base hit by Tuero.
Interesting, after we saw Brian Perez kind of struggle to see the ball, kind of looked out of place at the plate. Wildcats really starting to see Colon well here. 2 well-hit balls, great singles by the Wildcats. See if they can keep it up.
And now it is up to Garrett Chun to try not to leave those ducks on the pond. On the corners with 2 down. First pitch from Colon. He just sees it right in there for a strike. Chun doubled and scored the opening run of the game for the Wildcats in the first, grounded out in the third, and flew out to center field in the sixth. The catcher, George, sets up outside. The pitch goes way outside into the opposite batter's box, and if not for a quick reaction by George, Alderson might be sprinting home from third because the backstop is far away in this ballpark. A passed ball with a runner on third almost certainly means a run every time. Cologne's 1-1. Outside again in the opposite batter's box.
It's been interesting. Wildcats have been successful here, again, being aggressive early in the count. Olson got on base on a first pitch single. Tuero on the second pitch, attacking early here. Figured maybe with the different arm angle, you'd see guys watch a few pitches beforehand, but back-to-back guys early in the count, swinging away.
This time it's a pitch in the zone, and it's hammered foul by Chun, and the count's 2-2. So both pitches in the zone, Chun has taken a look at it. You think with the umpire Gatling behind the plate calling that outside corner a strike very consistently all game. Here's the 2-2, swing and a miss. The Wildcats strand two and cannot take the lead. So we go to the eighth. It's a 4-4 ball game, no runs, 2 hits, 2 left. Here at the Jack between the Wildcats and the Hornets. New pitcher on the hill for the Wildcats is Yon Gonzalez. His numbers are as follows. 10 innings pitched in 4 appearances. 5 runs on 10 hits. Struck out 15 and walked 1. He's 1-0 with a .450 ERA. He goes by Pokey. And his speed is no joke. He can hit your upper 90s with the fastball. At Florida State, they were talking about it on the broadcast, him hitting upwards of 96 miles an hour.
Number 13, Jack Hay.
Gonzalez, a senior from Santiago in the Dominican Republic. Jack Hay leads off the inning for the Hornets. First pitch strike.
Final line from the starter, Nolan Santos. Just at 99 pitches, just under triple digits. Allowed 4 runs, all earned on 8 hits, with a walk and 12 punch-outs in those 7 innings.
Ground ball foul outside of first, the count 0-2. Santos continues his run of double-digit strikeouts in every appearance this season.
Leads the SWAC in the category. Probably pretty safe up there for the rest of the season. It continues how it is.
And Pokey deals the 0-2. Swung on, foul to win. Gonzalez was 3-5 last year with a .495 ERA. After playing 2 seasons at Highland Community College. Outside 1-2. This is just the middle of a long homestand for the Wildcats. Swing and a miss. And well, just like his predecessor before him, it's strikeout nation at Jackie Robinson Ballpark right now as Hay goes down swinging for the 3rd time in the ball game. And here's Connor McIntosh. McIntosh doubled in the first and was stranded at second, grounded out to short, and struck out in his 3 plate appearances. After the 3 games with Alabama State, they'll be home on Tuesday against Stetson in a non-conference matchup, a very highly anticipated non-conference matchup. Swing and a miss at a fastball outside corner, and the count quickly 0-2 on McIntosh. After that, they'll have a triple against Mississippi Valley State. Here's the 0-2 in the opposite batter's box, looking for a chase, won't get it. And the count 1-2. And then their final non-conference home game of the season against the Bulls of South Florida. That's the 28th of March, and then the old enemy, the Rattlers of Florida A&M, in for a 3-game series first weekend of April.
And that, again, is just another reason why this series is so important for the Wildcats. You know, if you come out and put up a strong showing against the SWAC's winners last year, you gain some serious momentum taking on a Mississippi Valley State team that, like we said, is projected to finish last, and then you go into that rivalry series with FAMU with a lot behind your sails.
And a Mississippi Valley State team that, yes, is projected to finish last, but is much improved from where they were last year. Currently are 1 game under 500. In the outside batter's box from an 0-2 count, McIntosh has battled back, and it's 3-2.
Win now pushing out to left.
No. Unpredictable, the wind here today, but it's always been blowing out. As that pitch misses low for ball 4, and only the 2nd walk of the season issued by Yohan Gonzalez. The wind blowing out has possibly contributed to the 3 long balls we've seen today. Here's Corey King. 2 strikeouts in the 1st and 6th, and sandwiched between them a double in the 4th, but he was stranded there. This time he lines it deep to right field. Tracking back his haul, he makes the catch 2 steps from the track, and there are 2 away.
I have to wonder if that one gets off the wall or out of here a couple innings ago, and that wind was blowing more out to right field.
Perhaps. It looked good off the bat for King, who's going to have to pick it up if he wants to repeat as SWAC Player of the Year. Here's Lopez. 1 for 3. Flying out to right twice and then lined it to right. His 3rd time up at the 6th. First pitch in the dirt. Nice job by Braceras to keep it in front of him. Tied at 4, top of the 8th. In a game that has gone back and forth. Alabama State has struck first twice, and Bethune-Cookman has rallied to get back and tie the game both in the 1st inning and in the 6th.
For all of our viewers out on Cat Eye Network, sticking with us here with March Madness rolling on, a lot of excitement I promised you we'd get a good one out here, and it's delivered so far.
Only first game of a doubleheader. Swing and a miss by Christian Lopez, and the count is 2-1. We'll have the second game for you right here. Bryce and I aren't going anywhere.
30-minute delay after that game before the start of the second game. Guys, take a breather.
Swing and a miss. Exact same pitch downstairs, and it's 2-2. Nice pitch by Gonzalez. A chance for us to get some water, maybe grab a bite to eat, and then back behind the microphone for the second game of this twin bill. Game that was not supposed to happen on Friday. Runner goes. Lopez fouls it off.
That ball nearly came back into play. Braceras ran over on it, just a few feet above him off the net. Started to see the Alabama State dugout clear out. Thought that ball was well out of play, but came back in.
From where I am, I've got a wall basically blocking any view past the first baseline, so I've got to lean way over to see stuff over there. 2-2, 2 out. Runner on first. Gonzalez steps off. As I mentioned, not supposed to be a doubleheader today, but this is not softball. But since we are under the threat of inclement weather this weekend, we've pushed it to a doubleheader today and an early start tomorrow. The 2-2. Runner goes again. Swing and a miss, and down on strikes goes Lopez. No runs, no hits, one left. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Wildcats looking for their first advantage of the game. It's currently 4-4. Highland Hall to lead off the 8th for Bethune-Cookman in a tie ball game, 4-4. Hall walked and was stranded on second of the first, grounded out to short in the third, and then started a 2-out rally in the 6th that got Bethune-Cookman back into the game, singled, and then scored on the Pena home run. And a first pitch gets away from Sebastian Colon. The 0-1. Up and in, ball 2. After this 3-game set with the Wildcats, the Hornets finish up a home-and-home series with the Jacksonville State University Gamecocks. Now, that's not Jacksonville, Florida. That's Jacksonville, Alabama.
Last year in the A-Sun for the Gamecocks. 2-year stint there, didn't last long.
Line to center field. On the run is Matos. It's over his head and to the wall. And it's over the wall for a ground rule double. Second ground rule double of the game. Highland Hall has reached base successfully in 3 out of 4 plate appearances today. And the leadoff man gets on for the first time this game for BCU.
That's just what you want to see in a tie game late in this one. Wildcats, like we said, to end off last inning, seen the ball well. Here comes Alabama State infield and their head coach for a quick meeting.
There is somebody warming in the bullpen for the Hornets. So we shall see if they do intend to make a change here or stick with their guy.
Call to the pen. We will go to the bullpen.
Which allows me to talk about the point I wanted to bring up earlier. They're finishing up a home-and-home with Jackson State. Now, in Jacksonville, Alabama, the Hornets went in there and pummeled the Gamecocks, 13-3, back on March the 7th. And they'll get a chance to sweep their in-state rivals on Tuesday. After that, they'll head to Jackson State, head to Troy for a non-conference game, and then head to Alabama A&M, and then finish up a long road trip with a midweek contest at Georgia State. So this is the beginning of a long road trip. So
Ladies and gentlemen, now pitching for the Alabama State University Hornets, number 37, Shadai Colon.
we have Shadai Colon now instead of Sebastian Colon on the hill. Big difference. The one is right-handed, one is left-handed. Sebastian, a submariner, while Shadai is a standard pitcher. Shadai Colon, another from Puerto Rico, Rio Grande, Puerto Rico, a freshman. Played his high school ball at Kingdom Christian, excuse me. And this season, in 7 appearances, he's 1-0 with a 7.45 ERA with 1 save, 9 2/3 innings pitched. He's allowed 8 runs on 7 hits all earned, with 10 strikeouts and 11 walks. So the freshman struggling a little bit with command this season.
Trying to do some digging on Alabama State's roster to see if the two are related, but seeing as Shadai, hometown is listed as Rio Grande, Puerto Rico, and Sebastian listed as Juana Diaz, Puerto Rico, and then of course the different schools. Doesn't look like it, but no info otherwise, so it's hard to say for sure.
And a third Alabama State pitcher with a blue glove, and it's got to mean something to them. You know, the blue glove for the pitchers, because nobody else has worn it. The first man to face him will be Robert Moya, with no outs and Highland Hall at second. The Wildcats looking to lead for the first time today. They have tied the game up with 3 runs in the 6th, and now have equaled the Alabama State hits count as well. Both teams have 8 base knocks.
Just a battle of 1 and 2 in the SWAC East last year. It's exactly what you'd expect. 2 teams like this, evenly matched.
And I think we're going to get this all 3 games of this series. I don't think there's going to be any blowouts anywhere. Low and in to Moya, and the count is 2-0. Moya singled and got the RBI in the first that scored Jarrett Chun, and then singled in the 6th and was brought home on the Pena 3-run homer. And then in the 4th, he grounded out to the pitcher. In a 2-0 count, inside almost hit him 3-0. And I mentioned the 11 walks to 10 strikeouts. A negative strikeout walk ratio is something you never want to see in a pitcher's stat line.
Moya's shown some serious patience at the plate. The last time up, went down 0-2, worked the count full. Came up with the hard hit single into left field.
I would expect Moya not to move the bat off his shoulders here. And Colon gets the inside call, and it's 3-1. Nobody currently warming up in the Bethune-Cookman bullpen, so you will expect Yohan Gonzalez to be back out there. Inside it hit him. Colon flirted with disaster that entire at bat, and eventually hits Moya.
Number 35, Boris Pena.
That is his second hit by pitch of the season for Shaddai. For Moya, I believe that's his first. It is. But now, 2 on, no out, and here's the home run hero, Boris Pena, hit a 3-run home run to the scoreboard in left. His last time up to tie the game.
With Hall on second and Moya on first.
That time it was with 2 outs. This time he's got some space to work with. It's a wild pitch. The ball gets by the catcher, and George doesn't know where it is, and that means that Hall advances to third, and Moya goes to second.
Hall got a great jump on that one. Moya a little slower to react and make the decision to go down to second. It's a good thing that the catcher, George, couldn't find the ball.
Sometimes those are the toughest, the ones right at your feet, because you think it goes to the backstop.
Couple that with the catcher's mask. Don't have that thing whipped off right away. Definitely struggle to find it in the dirt.
Now second and third, the 1-0 swung and hit off the end of the bat foul. Pena, you can tell, is just trying to get this one on the outfield, because even if it's caught, that's 1 run if it's deep enough.
Infield is all moved in here.
And if you're the runners, you got to be very careful, because this one, if this one is hit on the ground, you don't want to be too aggressive and get thrown out at home. This one is chopped foul outside of first. Nice leaping grab by Jonathan Hernandez.
Jose Carballo, the hitting coach down there, snags it on the jump.
Excuse me, Hernandez, not a third base coach, as some head coaches are.
We've got Carballo anchors it over at third, and volunteer coach Antoine Brown handles duties at first base.
I have some Antoine Brown stories if we ever get a hang up here. Upstairs, 2-1.
I'm sure we'll have plenty of time in the doubleheader. I'd save those for then when we start to get a little worn out.
Antoine Brown was the head coach at Atlantic High School when I used to broadcast games for them back a couple of years ago.
First year volunteering with the Wildcats. He's poked around the program in the past, but been a part of everyone this year.
Swing and a miss. And down on strikes goes Pena. So 1 away, and here's George Braceras. Braceras yet to get on base today. Strike out in the first, struck out in the fourth, and grounded it to short in the 6th. And this would be a big one right here. We're in the middle of Braceras, Perez, and Garcia. Neither of the 3 of them have got on base today. Braceras squares to bunt. The ball's in the dirt, and maybe luckily that ball kicks off of George's knee and goes straight back into play. Colon flirting with disaster here.
You know how tight things get in a game like this. A little bit of luck goes your way. Keep the ball in front of you and survive to the next pitch.
Pitch is called a strike on the outside corner. The third baseman, Lopez, came racing in on the infield grass to prevent against the bunt. Shocked to even fake the bunt with the infield in so far.
I've seen Braceras lay him down before, but tough spot for him here.
This time he pulls it back, swings and misses at a pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-2.
Long look in here for Colon, shaking off 3 pitches before he settled in.
Swung on in line, foul, and that almost hit Highland Hall, who was standing just inside the third base bag. And this situation has been the bane of the Wildcats this season. Have left so many runners on base. You talk about 9 Tuesday.
It's important here not to try to do too much.
And then 6 against Longwood a couple of weeks ago. Just trying to make contact, put the ball in play. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball, first base side. King takes it himself. Hall does not go, even though the Wildcats tried some trickeration with Moya at second. And there's 2 away, and here's Brian Perez, who's flied to right, grounded to first, and struck out.
Now batting, number 13, Brian Perez.
You know, Highland Hall right there was quick to head back to third base. Kind of shook his head a little bit, kind of looked a little frustrated by the ground out there. Moya tried a little harder to sell that both runners were going to try to, you know, get caught in a rundown, maybe get Hall to squeak by at home. I like to think if maybe Hall sold the run a little more, maybe there was a chance.
Ball in the dirt. 1-0 to Perez. Remember playing his first game of the season for the Wildcats. And would love his first hit of the season right now. Second and third, 2 down. And Shaddai Cologne trying to work out of a real tough situation. And he gets Perez to swing at a pitch outside. Perez hands nice and low on the bat. And this one's inside. Jeremy Garcia is on deck if we get that far. And now the infield playing very deep as this one's upstairs, 3-1.
Good job by Perez to get Cologne to pitch to him. You know, seeing your first pitches of the year in game action like this, it can be tough to adjust. Just hang in there, be patient. If you see your pitch, take your pitch. Otherwise, let it come to you.
The 3-1, right down the middle, 3-2. You could tell that Perez was willing that one to go inside or down. Shaddai Cologne found the strike zone. Now payoff pitch to get out of a massive jam and keep the game level at 4. It's in the dirt and gets back to the backstop. Here comes Hall. He scores! It's a wild pitch from Shaddai Cologne. He's been flirting with disaster all inning, and finally one gets to the backstop, and the Wildcats have a 5-4 lead.
Brian Perez, credit to him for staying in there. Like we said, letting Cologne pitch to him. Like you said, Mike, he's kind of been dancing around the wild pitch all inning, got a couple of lucky bounces. And of course, George doing his job to keep the ball in front of him, but it was only a matter of time. And in these rivalry games and these big SWAC series, you take a run any way you can get them. Wildcats with the lead here. Let's see if they can hold on.
Moya to third on the wild pitch. Perez to first on the walk. First pitch swinging is Garcia and fouls it off. So Hall led off the inning with a double. Moya was hit by a pitch. And then both of them moved up on a wild pitch to Pena, who struck out. Braceras grounded to third, which held the runners. And then Perez walked on a wild pitch ball 4, which scored Highland Hall to give the Wildcats the lead. That's the quick inning recap for you. Runners on the corners, 2 down. The count is 1-1 to Jeremy Garcia, who's grounded out to first twice and flied out to left. Ooh, that's a tough pitch to take. Barely misses upstairs. 2-1. Garcia swings and hits it in the air to left, but straight at Hay, who makes the catch to end the inning. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 left. And the Wildcats have the lead, their first of the night, headed to the 9th inning right here on the Cat Eye Network. To the 9th inning we go here at Jackie Robinson Ballpark. The Wildcats have their first lead of the game. It's 5-4. We have a pinch hitter for the Hornets of Alabama State, hitting in the DH spot. This is John Saffold, and Saffold hits it right back to Gonzalez, who makes a stellar reaction catch. And we don't even get a chance to talk about it, the new batter, because he's gone just like that.
Down at the ankles? I thought that one bounced, but Gonzalez almost out of instinct went to throw over to first base and then kind of realized, I caught that one. Don't have to do that. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Here's Jamal George. The next 3 batters are the danger hitters for Alabama State. George doubled in the 2nd, homered in the 5th, and struck out in the 6th.
Been a fun baseball game here at the Jack to start this one off.
5-4, 1 out in the 9th. This one grounded towards short. Going to be a tough play for Garcia. Throwing off his back foot. It skips to first, not in time. It's an infield single for Jamal George, his 3rd hit of the contest. What a game from the freshman catcher in a position that is not necessarily known as being great offensively.
Catcher, 9-hitter. He's been a catalyst for Alabama State all afternoon.
Here's Randy Flores. Singled and scored in the 1st. Walked and scored in the 5th. His other 2 plate appearances, both ground outs. This time he lines it to right. Going back is Hall, and he makes the catch above his head. Highland Hall potentially saving a run, and there are 2 away.
Only the 4th pitch of the inning for Gonzalez. Both of his outs have come on the first pitch.
And now the last batter of the game for Alabama State is the man who hit the homer, the 2-run homer in the 5th, Trenton Jamison. Jamison takes the first pitch outside. In the 1st, Jamison flying to left. Then he struck out in the 3rd. He hit the 2-run homer in the 5th, and then struck out again in the 7th. The 1-0. Fouled off the end of the bat. 1-1. I know you've been researching blue gloves.
Couldn't find anything
Couldn't
about
find
it.
anything? All right. Well, maybe it's a question we'll have to ask someone on their coaching staff.
See, Yoancel Diaz over there in the pen for the Wildcats just kind of standing around, has a blue glove as well.
Runner goes. Braceras to throw. He's out! A late call from the second base umpire, David Tompkins, and the Wildcats win it 5-4.
Slid off the bag, I believe, is why the call was made. I saw his hand just come off that far corner out to center field. Brutal outcome for George and for the Hornets.
Jose Velasquez incensed out there to talk to the umpires. The Wildcats line up and do the first of hopefully 2 handshake lines as the Wildcats come from behind not once, not twice, but 3 times to take the opening game of SWAC play and the opening game of the doubleheader 5-4.
Conference baseball, it goes for professional sports, it goes for college here in the SWAC. It's just different. You see these type of games, you got to grind it out. There's a back and forth. There's a shift in momentum. It's games like these that define who you are as a team. It defines your mentality for the season. It's a great win for the Wildcats, a great start to conference play, a big momentum builder, especially after dropping the last 5. Huge for the Wildcats. Let's see what they can do in the second of our doubleheader today.
5 runs on 8 hits, no errors for the Wildcats. 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Alabama State. The winning pitcher is Yohan Gonzalez, who he picks up his second win of the season. The losing pitcher, unfortunately, is Shaddai Colon for Alabama State. His record now 1-1. Pretty quick ball game, 2 hours and 14 minutes from first pitch to final outs. And we will be back in just a few minutes for game 2 of our doubleheader. Once again, your final score: Bethune-Cookman University Wildcats 5, Alabama State Hornets 4. The second of our doubleheader here at the Jack will start in approximately 30 minutes. We do not have to move to a different stream. We're going to keep this same stream up and just go quiet for a while. Go get some dinner, get a snack, a drink, and come back, because you don't want to miss game 2 of the doubleheader. For Michael Trevino, or for Bryce Winoski, I'm Michael Trevino saying see you in 30 minutes right here from Jackie Robinson.
Batting second, center fielder, number 34, Derek Shaw. Batting third, right fielder, number 4, Island Hall. Batting fourth, first baseman, number 31, Robert Williams. Batting fifth, left fielder, number 35, Boris Pena. Batting sixth, pitcher, number 22, Erwin Escobar. Batting seventh, third baseman, number 13, Brian Perez. Batting eighth, shortstop, number 25, Jeremy Garcia. Batting ninth, second baseman, number 2, Colton Olson. Starting pitcher for the Wildcats, number 11, Daniel Gaviria.
Well, live from Jackie Robinson Ballpark here in Daytona Beach, Florida. Happy St. Patrick's Day, and happy that you have joined us for the second game of our doubleheader featuring the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats and the Alabama State Hornets, the two teams that are predicted to be at the top of not only the SWAC's Eastern Conference, but the entirety of the SWAC as a whole. And Bryce, they did not disappoint in Game 1, with Bethune-Cookman coming from behind 3 separate times and pulling out a 5-4 victory.
Yeah, Mike, it was a well-played game, a quick game. You know, no real big mistakes on either side. We just saw both teams give it their all on all sides. We saw some great pitching. We saw some great situational hitting for both sides, particularly the Wildcats, you know, doing all the damage on the 2-out rally with Highland Hall starting off with a single, and then Robert Moya, and then the big home run from Boris Pena, and then finally the Wildcats a couple innings later capitalizing on a wild pitch for the winning run. Just the kind of game you expect, and the kind of game you have to have if you're going to take a tough Game 1 from a SWAC champion last year in Alabama State.
And now for the Wildcats, who have changed into their maroon hats, gold jerseys, and white pants for game number 2, a chance to win the regular season series over Alabama State.
Mike, the Wildcats will visit Alabama State a month from now, actually.
We play them twice, as we do play them twice. Are they the one team we play twice?
They are. They are the one SWAC team we play twice.
We were talking about SWAC scheduling, and we were ragging on them a little bit, but that's a good choice. If we're going to have any two teams in the East play twice, these would be the two to put together.
Appointment television, no doubt about it.
Well, thank you for sticking with us here as we begin game number 2. Randy Flores in. He was 1 for 3 with a walk and 2 runs scored in our first game today. And the pitcher Daniel Gaviria delivers, and Flores rockets that one into center field. And just like he did in the first game, Flores leads off with a base hit.
And here we go again, Mike. We're going to see the best of both sides here. Just because it's game 2 of a doubleheader, I don't expect either side to let up here tonight.
The pitcher is the aforementioned Daniel Gaviria. He's 2-1 with a 2.89 ERA, 4 starts in 4 appearances, 1 complete game against Purdue-Fort Wayne. And this one is chopped on the ground towards first. Taking it himself and not getting there is Moya at first, so I'm not sure if they're going to rule that an error. They do rule that an error. So give that an E3, and we've got 2 runners aboard early with nobody out for the Hornets. I'll run through Gaviria's numbers one more time. Gaviria, 2-1 with a 2.89 ERA, 4 starts in 4 appearances, 1 complete game against Purdue-Fort Wayne. 28 innings pitched, he's allowed 10 runs on 18 hits, struck out 18, and walked just 3. And now here is Ian Matos, the reigning SWAC Player of the Week. The lefty deals a strike. Going down to third safely is Randy Flores. So runners on the corners now with nobody out. Just like in the first game, Bama State threatening very early on.
Daniel Gaviria, a guy who's going to work quickly all night long. Even on his worst nights, you know, we saw him a tough outing at South Carolina this last weekend. Still just a guy who gets up and throws the ball. Pace is very important for Gaviria, and it will be all night long.
The lefty deals the 1-0. It's hit on the hard to center field by Matos. going back, and it's off the wall behind Garrett Chun. 1 run scores, holding up at third and sliding back in safely is Jamison. And Flores, just like in game 1, singles and scores in the first inning off of the RBI double by Ian Matos. And with nobody out, it's already 1-0 Alabama State with runners at second and third.
So we talked about it in game 1 with Nolan Santos. Daniel Gaviria has been the Sunday starter, and really a textbook Sunday starter for the Wildcats. Gives you length, gives you just a slow and steady, finding the strike zone, pitching to contact, getting ground balls, getting outs. But you shift that to a Saturday start, or what would be a Saturday start on an otherwise doubleheader here on Friday. You have to wonder if the mentality shifts a little bit. Obviously, this is a tough opponent in Alabama State, but you have to make sure you keep in and approach it the same way as you would on a Sunday start. We'll see how Gaviria rebounds.
First pitch strike. Our umpires have rotated around for this second game of the doubleheader. Here's the 0-1. Strike on the outside corner, 0-2. Damian Gatling, who was the home plate umpire in the first game, has gone to third. Tony Williams, who was at third, goes to first. And the first base umpire, David Tompkins, is now behind the plate. Swing and a miss with a ball in the dirt. Throwing to first to get the out is the new catcher, Irvin Escobar, and Jack Hay is down on strikes, 1 away.
Gaviria only 18 strikeouts in 28 innings to start this season. Like I said, guy who pitches to contact. Will get a strikeout every now and then.
Here's Kyler McIntosh. McIntosh in the first game, 1 for 3 with a walk, and he swings and fouls this one back 0-1. McIntosh on the season, a .355 hitter. 13 runs on 22 hits, 1 homer and 9 RBIs. The sophomore from Columbus, Indiana, the 1-1. Swung on in line in the left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes Matos. He will score. And it's a 2 RBI base hit for McIntosh and 3-0 Alabama State.
And, you know, credit to Alabama State. You don't let the outcome of game 1 hinder your guys, your bats, especially after they were silenced for the last several innings of game 1. You know, they last scored in the 5th. Come out swinging hot. And here we go.
Here's Corey King, the reigning SWAC newcomer and player of the year. Was 1 for 4 with a double and 2 strikeouts in game 1. King, a .203 hitter overall. 5 runs on 14 hits, 1 homer and 8 RBIs. And I think we're having a conversation about the cowbell.
You know, Mike, it's been driving me insane up here. Vasquez, you can hear him down there arguing. It's the fans. What do you want us to do? They're sounds like from here, at least by the choice to use or not use the cowbell. It's Alabama State fan with the cowbell.
And there are actually a fair few Alabama State fans who have made their way here to the ballpark tonight, sitting behind the first base dugout.
And it'll be interesting to see what the decision is here.
You can hear that cowbell in the background. So we've had our fair share of sound-related incidents today. We had the helicopter that was buzzing around for a couple innings in game number 1, and now we've got a cowbell here in game number 2 as Hernandez comes out to argue with the umpire and former co-coach here at Bethune-Cookman, Jose Vasquez.
Both sides kind of just having a conversation what to do. I mean, it is just a fan. I don't know that there's any rules prohibiting it, but looks like we're going to keep playing. Looks like.
Now, there are some sports where the use of artificial noisemakers is prohibited. I know soccer is one of them because nothing is prohibited in the crowd that can be mistaken for a whistle.
Basketball is the same way. We've seen it in Moore Gym a handful of times.
Anyway, now here's Corey King standing in. Spin and a throwback to first. Matos in there safely. No, excuse me, McIntosh in there safely. Flores singled. Here's a ground ball to the shortstop. Diving stop by Garcia, but there's no play. A fourth hit of the inning for Alabama State, coupled with the error.
It's kind of a different look here for Gaviria. He's going to have to, get used to playing from behind and seeing a lot of hits and action and an attack from Alabama State that he hasn't seen early in the season. He's worked quickly, gotten a lot of outs. See how he adapts throughout tonight.
He may not be on the mound for long. Here's another one chopped to short. Garcia throws to second for one. On to first for an inning-ending 6-4-3 double play. 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 error, 1 left. And at the end of a half inning, it's Alabama State 3, Bethune-Cookman coming to bat with some work to do right here on the Cat Eye Network. To the bottom of the first we go, and the Wildcats already down 3-0. No stranger for the Maroon and Gold today, though. They were down 1-0 after 1 half inning in the first game, and eventually rallied to win the game 5-4. So, long way to go, and here's Luis Tuero, the first batter of the ball game for Bethune-Cookman. Tuero, 1 for 4. But he put the ball in play every time he was at the plate. Here's the 0-1. Strike on the outside corner quickly, 0-2 from Ricardo Rivera. 2-0 with a 1.06 ERA. This is his first start of the season. He's pitched 17 innings in relief, allowing 3 runs on 12 hits with 23 strikeouts and 11 walks. Rivera, another one of the Puerto Rican players on this Alabama State team. From San Juan, capital city down there. Outside, no pump of the fist from umpire David Tompkins, and the count is 2-2. Signed right to Alabama State out of Colegio de la Salle. Rivera's 2-2. In the opposite batter's box, 3-2. Last year, Rivera appeared in 8 games, allowed 16 hits in 13 and a third innings, and allowed 21 runs. Outside, and from 0-2 down, Tuero works a leadoff walk.
Certainly not a bad way to start. Long way to go for the 3-run deficit here, but If you're going to get it started, that's what your leadoff guy's supposed to do. Get on base.
2 straight lefties to start the game. Here's Garrett Chun. The only difference in the Wildcat lineup from the first game is Irvin Escobar in at catcher, replacing George Braceras. First pitch from Rivera is in there for a strike. The 0-1. Exact same place, exact same outcome, 0-2. No 2 from Rivera. Upstairs, 1-2.
You know, for the Wildcats tonight, it's the same mentality as it is for Alabama State. You put game 1 behind you. What happened, happened. And you get back and you grind and you shake it out like any other game would. You can't let the high-energy game 1 win affect your approach tonight.
Swung on and fouled away towards the first base side. And Chun stays alive at 1-2. Chun, .317 hitter, 17 runs on 20 hits, no homers, and 3 RBI. Spent most of the season batting in the number 2 spot. The 1-2, low and outside, 2-2. Rivera holding opposing batters to a 188 batting average. Two. Outside, 3-2. While on the season, the Wildcats hitting .272 overall, although I'm not sure that's entirely representative of how good of an offense they are. I think it's just a representative of how many tough teams they've played, especially the last week or so.
Unquestionably the hardest schedule among SWAC schools to start the season.
3-2. Outside, ball 4. So on consecutive batters, Rivera gets ahead, 0-2, and eventually walks the batter. So 2 on, nobody out. Here's Highland Hall.
Credit to the BCU batters, Tuero and Chun, just staying patient. Again, we saw it a little bit last game. Let the pitcher throw to you. Don't work on his terms in the at-bat. Just stay patient. You'll get rewarded for it.
Hall, after a rough game against Jacksonville, where he was 0 for 5 and also allowed 2 runs on the mound that have eventually picked up the loss against the Dolphins. Had a fantastic bounce-back game earlier this afternoon. He was 3 for 4 with 2 runs. Trying to see if one of those was an RBI as well. It was not. He was always the first batter in the inning to get on base, either with 2 outs to start a rally or at the beginning of the 8th inning where the Wildcats scored. Hall was the winning run on the Cologne Wild pitch.
Hall, a guy that just plays the game so loose, and not in a bad way. Even when we saw him on the mound on Tuesday night, just a guy out there having fun. He's always loose in the box. His body language is always open, having fun playing the game, you know, just doing his thing. And that's part of what makes a great player, especially in a game where mental approach is such a big part of everything.
2 on, nobody out. Here's Highland Hall. Hall, the transfer from Washington State out of the Pac-12. First pitch by Rivera. In there for a strike on the outside corner. Before that, Hall was at Wabash College for 2 seasons in Indiana. Batted .348 over 2 years. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Highland Hall really wanted that one. And it's 0-2 for the 3rd straight batter. And even before that, he is a native of Central Florida, playing at Ocoee High School in the Orlando area, where he was an all-Florida product his senior season. 0-2. Hall fouls it off and stays alive. And it's interesting that Hall has been the right fielder for the most part this season for BCU, because last year at Washington State he started all of his games in center.
A lot of space to work with here at the Jack in the outfield. Need a lot of guys who can cover a lot of ground.
Once again, the 0-2. Swung on, grounded up the middle. This could be trouble. Taken for one. On to first, double play. Flores to King. So Tuero moves to third. Sean out on the base paths.
First baseman, number 31, Robert Moya.
And here is Robert Moya with 2 gone now, and a really promising inning for the Wildcats now. Doesn't look so promising. But a base hit does score a run here. Strike inside corner and high. And it's 0-1. First pitch strike to all 4 batters faced for Rivera. Moya, the junior, stands in and takes a pitch high, 1-1. Moya, excellent in the first game. 2 for 3 with a walk.
Big part of that rally. Gave the Wildcats opportunity for the home run.
And he lines this one to right, but it's straight at Jamison, who makes the catch to end the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 left. And we go to the top of the second, 3-0 Hornets. To the second we go. Hornets of Alabama State with a 3-0 lead. They picked up 4 hits in the first inning, and only a really fantastic 6-4-3 double play turned by Garcia, Olesen, and Moya saved them from further damage. And this inning's going to tell us a lot about Daniel Gaviria and his prospects to go deep into this game. The good news for the Wildcats bullpen is they only used 2 pitchers in game number 1. Gaviria deals a strike to Ali Lepred. The only change to this Alabama State lineup. Lepred, a .267 hitter, in only his 6th appearance of the season, he grounds this foul outside of third, the count 0-2. The cowbell has been joined by what appears to be a drum down there on the third baseline.
Certainly a nice change of pace. Still would rather it not be here, but
the 0-2. Hit him. And Lepred takes first base. And another tough start to an inning for Gaviria.
Hernandez trying to figure out where exactly it hit him.
Must have just brushed his jersey.
And from up here, blink and you'd miss it.
As you see the bright purple face mask of new catcher Irvin Escobar for the Wildcats in today. And it's bunted by Jamal George. Gaviria throws him out at first, and it's a sacrifice bunt to advance the runner.
My cowbell, whatever ensemble down there is kind of starting to sound like when you come out of sporting events across the country and the trash can drummers that you see lined up all the time. I'm kind of here for it. At the same time, give me about another inning and a half, and I'm going to be very sick of it.
So it almost sounds like, you know, you go to a soccer game, you hear the drums and you hear the chanting and that kind of thing. Or, as Gaviria deals the first pitch to Randy Flores, who's back in, singled and scored his first time up. Stole third in the process. And he has scored 3 runs today, 2 in the first game and now 1 in the second. And he lines this one to right field. There's a base hit. Rounding third is LaPred. He will score without a throw, and it's 4-0 Hornets.
Another piece of hard contact against Gaviria. Probably doesn't bode well for him staying in here very long. Of course, Coach Hernandez will hope he can settle things down and maybe provide some stability, work some innings. But if they're going to keep seeing the ball like that, it's hard to justify it for too long.
I think I see somebody maybe preparing to walk out to the bullpen from the Wildcat bench. Throwing back to first is Hall.
It's like Dale Machad heading down to start stretching out.
Fun fact, this will be the first time I've ever seen Machad pitch. In all my time covering last season and this season, I've not seen Dale Machad yet.
He does stand in the bullpen a lot.
Upstairs, 1-0 to Trenton Jameson, who reached on the error his first time up and scored on the 2 RBI double by Matos. Gaviria checks back to first again. The 1-0 swing and a miss from Jameson, and it's 1-1. Jameson hitting .280, 17 runs on 21 hits, 4 homers and 19 RBIs. Going to second is Flores, and the ball gets away into center field, and he'll take third.
An uncharacteristic off throw from Escobar. He's been outstanding at nailing runners. He's got a pair of caught stealings this year.
And
sailed away.
And the second error already on the Wildcats. They had none in the first game. Actually, neither team had an error in the first game. So now a runner on third with only 1 out. And a ball in the dirt.
Definitely seems like things are a little tight for the Wildcats right now.
The count is 3-1 to Jameson, who of course hit the 2-run homer in the 5th last game to give the Hornets a 4-1 lead. And he rifles this down the right field line. If that's fair, it's trouble. It is fair, and it's going to get all the way to the wall. Flores walks home to score. Standing up with a double is Jameson, and it is 5-0 Alabama State.
Another ball, well hit, hard contact. There's not a lot Gaviria is doing right now to fool these Alabama State hitters. After a pretty brief warm-up period, Coach Hernandez is going to call to the pen. Dale Machad's going to trot on out here, and that's going to do it for Gaviria, who, outside of today, has been stellar this season, uncharacteristic for him.
And that's going to really damage Gaviria's ERA. Came in with a 289. It's probably well up over 5 now.
Again, it just kind of harkens back to, I wonder if there's a bit of a mentality shift coming from Sunday. Maybe you see a different approach from batters at the plate on a lot of getaway days, a lot of this or that. Not to say that it's any easier to pitch on a Sunday. It's just a different kind of approach. Could be a little of that. Could be a little of an Alabama State team looking to get back after kind of a disappointing end to Game 1. Either way, it's going to be a long way from here for the Wildcats bullpen. And with 1 more to play tomorrow, it's going to be interesting to see how Coach Hernandez is going to manage this. Machad, certainly a guy who is capable of providing a handful of innings, but he's got his work cut out for him early.
Dale Machad, a senior out of Key West, Florida, in Key West High School. Last year in 2022, had a 3.09 ERA in 20 appearances out of the bullpen. He was 1-0. 33 strikeouts in 32 innings, and a .224 batting average against. This season, Machad will be making his 8th appearance on the year. He's got a team-high 1.46 ERA in 12.1 innings of work, 9 hits, 2 runs, 11 strikeouts, and 6 walks, and he comes to Bethune-Cookman after 2 seasons at Indian River State College.
Not a guy who's going to blow you away with outstanding stuff or a high-powered fastball. Got a strange arm angle, but he emerged last season as a really critical part of the BCU bullpen, just a guy who gets outs. And, again, wasn't necessarily tasked with a high-profile role. Did a little bit of setup last year, but he's done whatever Hernandez has asked of him, and he'll have his work cut out for him here.
Look where Jamison is. Okay, now he's getting back towards the base path, but he was almost on the outfield grass behind second base after his double that plated the 5th run of the game for the Hornets.
He's backing out towards there again. Very interesting. I've never seen that before.
The first batter to face Machad is Ian Matos. Matos doubled in Flores and Jamison in the first, and then eventually scored on the single by McIntosh.
Jamison 6 for 6 on stolen base attempts this year. He's doing all kinds of crazy dances out there. He's walking back towards the outfield. He'll kind of make a stutter step towards home plate, do a little bit of a dance, and right there you saw him start to go to third. Doesn't look like he's going this time, but
a lot of dancing out there. Machad comes home with it, and it's right back up the middle for a base hit by Matos. Jamison gonna hold up a third as the throw comes in, but it gets away from the catcher Escobar, and now Jamison scores.
Well, I was going to say that Jamison cost himself a run by heading back to second, but kind of a lazy play by Escobar to just kind of swipe at the ball. Didn't get it in the glove. And
now, depending on who they give the error to, that's the second error of the inning on Escobar.
It will be credited to Escobar.
And it is 6-0 Alabama State, and there was pretty much nothing that could have prepared us for this outcome after the excitement of a late winner in the first game.
All the wind out of BCU sails. Very quiet dugout.
This game might be heading towards over here in the second inning, because the Wildcats don't score all that much.
Maybe just a frustration play from Escobar there to just swipe at the ball, cost them runs.
High in the air to left. Going back, Pena, all he can do is watch it fly into the DME Delivers batting cages. It's a 2-run bomb for Jack Hay, and it is 8-0 Alabama State.
And again, after failing to score after the 5th inning in game 1, there is absolutely nothing fooling these Hornets hitters right now. They are seeing the ball well, making hard contact, spraying the ball all over the park. Like you said, Mike, we're headed in a bad direction here. It doesn't bode well for tomorrow. The bullpen arms.
And here's Connor McIntosh, singled in Matos in the first. Count is 1-1 on him. McIntosh 353 on the season with 13 runs on 24 hits, 1 homer and 9 RBIs. That was the 5th home run of the season for Jack Hay, sitting 1 behind Ian Matos for the team lead of 6, and he strikes out swinging. So finally out number 2 after 4 consecutive Bama State players reach base and score. And now, if it wasn't going to get any harder, here's Corey King. Swing and a miss and a breaking ball. King, not a great game one. 1 for 4, 2 strikeouts. And he watches that one go high and in, the count 1-1.
For the SWAC defending player and newcomer of the year. Every time he steps to the plate, you kind of just figure it's only a matter of time before he figures it out and gets going.
And that's a wild pitch. Gets to the backstop. Nobody aboard, so it won't really matter. Except that it moves the count to 2-1. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. And the count is 2-2. Offensive timeout called by King. Dale Michaud, a 4-year letter winner at Key West High School, in his senior season had a .87 ERA for arguably one of the best mascots in anywhere in the country, the Key West Conchs.
Love it. Love a conch shell. Love a little fried conch. Little, however you like it. I'm all in on the conchs.
That's a very, very South Florida thing. Hit off the end of the bat foul, and King stays alive at 2-2. King, the transfer from Seminole State College and originally from Lithonia, Georgia, swings and fouls that one into the dirt. And we'll do the 2-2 for the third time. We've already got more movement in the BCU pen as Leandro Perez goes out there.
Michaud, a big vocal guy in the BCU dugout.
And that one misses badly, and the count runs full.
Oh, he's one of the team's best cheerleaders. On days where he doesn't see action, listen closely, you'll hear him just about every time out.
Ground ball right back to Michaud. He flips it underhand to Moya, and that retires the side. But 5 runs on 4 hits, and no one left on. And it is 8-0 Alabama State at the end of the top of the second. You're listening to the Cat Eye Network. Home run hero from game number 1, Boris Pena, leads off the bottom of the second with the Wildcats in an 8-0 hole. And he swings and misses at the first pitch from Rivera. Now, going on season averages, this will be the last inning for Rivera, but with an 8-run lead, we'll see what kind of leash Jose Vasquez gives to his non-traditional opener-type pitcher. And the second offensive timeout in quick succession called by Pena. The Wildcats were down 4-1 in the 6th inning and had 2 outs. Hall singled, Moya singled, and then Boris Pena hit a towering shot off the old-time scoreboard and left to tie the game, and of course the Wildcats would eventually go on to win. The wind is, as in the first game, blowing straight out to center.
Been a pretty steady wind all day here at the Jack. Seen it shift directions a little bit, but it has been blowing.
And it has helped. I think some of the home runs we've seen today, we've seen 4 balls leave the yard.
Not something you see a lot here. It's not an easy ballpark to hit it out.
400 to dead center as Pena swings and misses for a strikeout. First one for Rivera. It's 400 to center field and 325 down the lines, and actually 325 to right, 317 to left as the outfield wall curves in to allow space for the batting cages out there.
Well, it's different than a lot of SWAC ballparks where you see a lot of big, close walls, a lot of home run friendly parks elsewhere. This just isn't one of them.
Of course, you got to take into account that you're ground sharing with a minor league baseball team, so it's got to be professional level distances. Quick 2-strike count on Irvin Escobar, who's the only change to the Wildcat lineup for Game 2. 226 on the season, 4 runs on 7 hits, 2 RBI. And he has played sparingly, appearing in 10 games and only starting 9. Rivera's 0-2. Swung on and chopped to first base. King will flip it to Rivera. And there are 2 away. And now Brian Perez. Perez played his first game of the season as a hitter last time out. He had a game as a defensive substitute earlier, and he went 0 for 3 with a walk. And he foul tips that one into the glove for strike 1. And you don't see anybody warming up in the Alabama State pen, and if you're the Hornets, why would you? Shot back to the screen, 0-2.
Hornets certainly in a spot here after the disappointing loss in Game 1 to really put the Wildcats in a hole for tomorrow's game. Really get to that bullpen, really lower the confidence level overall of some of these hitters. The Wildcats, just hang in there, do your thing, especially at the plate, play your game, try to plate some runs.
And Perez kind of jumps out of the way, and you think if he just kind of stands in there, that catches him on the ankle and he's standing at first.
Perez, a guy who dealt with some injuries towards the end of last season.
Perez hits this one high in the air to right. Going back, Jamison. 2 steps from the track, makes the catch. 1, 2, 3 go the Wildcats. We go to the 3rd. Alabama State 8, Bethune-Cookman nothing. This is BCU Baseball on the Cat Eye Network. Top of the third we go. Hornets with an 8-0 lead. Here is Christian Lopez. Lopez, a .303 hitter. 11 runs on 23 hits. 1 homer and 14 RBIs, and grounded out into the double plate and the first. Still Dale Machado on the hill for the Wildcats, and he deals a strike in the count 1-1. In the first game, Lopez 1 for 4. 2 flyouts, a strikeout, and a base hit. He grounds this one foul outside of first, count 1-2. And all the Puerto Rican-born players on this Alabama State team probably loving the fact that their national team currently beating Mexico 4-1 in the World Baseball Classic, as down on strikes goes Lopez.
Bit of controversy in the Baseball Classic this week among fans, media members, players. Edwin Diaz goes down, injured, done for the season. Mets closer after celebrating a win. Kind of brings into question whether or not these major league guys should be allowed to play. Should they choose to play? How should fans feel? Obviously a freak injury. You wish all the best for Diaz, but a lot of chirping going on.
Here's Ali Lapride, skies it to deep center field. Chung back, makes the catch, and there are 2 away. So, my feeling on the whole World Baseball Classic Edwin Diaz situation is, as I live in a household with a diehard Mets fan, and I had a conversation with him about this just the other day. And he seems to think like you do, that maybe as Jamal George stands in and takes a ball or a strike inside, maybe that in the future contracts in Major League Baseball will have clauses in them to where they cannot play in extracurricular tournaments like the World Baseball Classic.
If I'm not mistaken, the NHL and teams in that league can employ a sort of similar thing for those type of events.
That's why in the last Winter Olympics in China, it was such a big deal that NHL players went. It was the first time in 20-something years. Chop to third. Throw to first for the out. 1, 2, 3. Go the Hornets, and we go to the bottom of the third. I'm sure we'll continue this conversation when we come back. This is BCU Baseball on the Cat Eye Network. Back at the Jack, Wildcats baseball currently down 8-0 as we hit the bottom of the third. Hornets went quietly in the top of the inning. Jeremy Garcia leads off for the Wildcats. Starting the third inning of work for Ricardo Rivera. The 0-1 outside 1-1. So to answer the question that you posed to me in the end of the last inning concerning the World Baseball Classic, I'm going to refer you to an interview segment that was done on the World Baseball. I don't know if this was the official World Baseball Classic Twitter page or some media outlet that was there. Then they went to all the Puerto Rican players. Now this is before the game in which the injury to Escobar happened. They said, and they posed it to about 20 players, would you rather win the World Baseball Classic or the World Series? And the overwhelming majority said the World Baseball Classic, as Garcia is rung up on the outside corner. And there's one away.
That, to a certain extent, I know how important national pride is and everything down there, especially for a sport that's so massive to not just there, but the whole region. But that is stunning to me.
And it wasn't just like guys that aren't going to make the major leagues and minor league guys. It was like the major league guys said they'd rather win the World Baseball Classic for Puerto Rico.
And how long has the World Baseball Classic even been around?
2006 was the first World Baseball Classic. 2006, 2000, and every 3 years. 6, 9, 12, 15.
It's more recent than I thought. Or actually,
yeah,
further
15.
back than I thought.
18, and there was supposed to be one in 2020, and obviously that did not happen.
That's fascinating. I wonder, too, about the financial kind of impact. I heard somebody post it on social media, wherever among the firestorm, is if you ask guys straight up, looking back, is it worth it? Like, would you sign a contract if it meant a massive sum of money? Maybe if you're a star player, like a Diaz or whoever else, if being on that level meant that you had to sign a clause that said the team could decline you playing, how many guys would go for it?
I don't know. Another strikeout looking as Olison stares at home plate umpire David Tompkins in disbelief before slowly working his way back to the dugout. And that's 2 straight Wildcats rung up on edge of the zone pitches, and we're back up to the top of the order for the first time with Luis Tuero with 2 down.
Body language, as you might expect, just not great out here in the dugout, not great for guys at the plate. Gonna have to gut through this one tonight.
I'm gonna bring up another quote that I heard about the World Baseball Classic, and this one from a guy you may have heard of. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss from Tuero, the count 1-1. Guy you may have heard of named Mike Trout, and he said after the U.S. advanced to the quarterfinals that this was the most fun he's ever had playing baseball. Outside corner strike to Tuero, count 1-2.
It's tough for us, I feel like, here in the States to really understand that national pride. I mean, sure, we get it in the Olympics or whatnot.
Fouled off, so we'll do 1-2 again.
But it's not quite the same because for whatever, talking basketball in the Olympics, the United States dominates. We've seen soccer is not as prevalent here in the United States. There's not that same buzz. Sure, you see it, but it's not the same. And so I feel like it's tough for us to grasp that feeling.
And there's the first Wildcat hit of the evening. Luis Tuero, base hit into right center. And there's a runner aboard with 2 outs. And here's Garrett Chun.
Now batting, number 34, Garrett Chun.
Chun walked his first time up, then was caught in the double play hit into by Highland Hall. And then my final piece of anecdotal evidence about the World Baseball Classic. And for the life of me, I can't remember his name. But I was listening to a podcast today, hosted by a former Major League pitcher. Played for the Seattle Mariners, played for the Colorado Rockies, I believe, in the mid-2000s. Strike upstairs 0-2. And he is Australian. From Australia, played for Team Australia in the 06 and 09 World Baseball Classics and the Olympics. And he said something to the effect that what you did, is that we don't understand really how important this is. Like, since I am a baseball fanatic and love all kinds of baseball, I follow the Australian Baseball League pretty closely because it's during the winter when no other baseball is going on. And I follow a lot of Twitter accounts that cover the ABL. Here's a 1-2. Swing and a miss, and that ends the inning. But to see what it meant to the baseball fans in Australia that they made the second round for the first time ever, I think I eventually lean towards the fact that the World Baseball Classic is a good thing and should continue. We'll come back momentarily with the top of the fourth. 8-0 ASU. You're listening to BCU Baseball on the Cat Eye Network. New pitcher for the BCU Wildcats, Marcos Gamboa in out of the pen. Second of what will probably be many pitching changes today for BCU. Top of the order up for Alabama State, Randy Flores. Flores has singled twice and scored twice. The 0-1 from Gamboa, who's got a real slow windup, and he gets a chop right back to him to retire Flores. Gamboa,
Number 25.
a sophomore from Fort Pierce, Florida, out of John Carroll. As here's Jameson, reached on an error in the first and a double in the second. Has scored both times. Last season as a freshman, as he gets Jameson to foul back to the screen 0-2. Saw them out 11 times, including 4 starts, with an ERA of 8.6. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball missed badly way upstairs.
To Gamboa's credit this year, you know, the ERA and the numbers look a little inflated, but he's faced FIU, UCF, Florida State, and Jacksonville. Certainly no cakewalk any of those programs.
Chop right back to him again. It looks like a deja vu from the first out of the inning. And there are 2 away.
Gamboa back versus UCF. Very high-powered offense in UCF. Did pitch 2 2/3, only allowed 2 hits.
Number 2.
And an unearned run. Struck out 3.
Here's Ian Matos. Doubled his first time up and scored, singled his second time and scored on the home run by Jack Hay. Strike and the count 1-1.
For those of you here on the Cat Eye Network hanging with us, I certainly wouldn't blame you if you headed over to TNT to watch the conclusion of Purdue and Fairleigh Dickinson, with Fairleigh Dickinson, the 16 seed, holding a 3-point lead with 2 minutes remaining over the number 1 seed.
Is it bad that I picked Purdue to win the whole thing for the second year in a row?
Mike, yes, that is bad.
There's a strike in the count 2-2. Am I about to get 2018 Virginia here?
University of Maryland, Baltimore County, who could forget?
Hit off the end of the bat, foul. Count holds 2-2. 2 outs, nobody on.
Of course, to be completely fair, I did pick Virginia that year to win the championship.
Just a year too early.
And, of course, did not pick them next year because why would I? Won the championship that year.
The 2-2. Ground ball up the middle. And the third base hit of the game for Ian Matos. And that'll bring up Jack Hay, the home run hitter from the second inning.
Softball this afternoon. Game against Florida A&M. Completed a 4-1 victory. They've in their second weekend now of conference play.
It's really important for the softball team after a rough start to the season to pick up some wins when they can. Obviously took 2 or 3 from Alabama A&M in weekend number 1, and I think 2 out of 3 minimum for every series is Coach Watten's goal.
And the tough start to the season is by design for Coach Watten. A lot of long road trips, a lot of big-time ranked opponents. Of course, the Mary Nutter Collegiate Classic out in California.
They've played Iowa 3 times. Have the Lady Wildcats. That's a ranked Iowa team, I think.
It's probably a welcome sight seeing a lot of these SWAC teams and a realistic level of competition. Because NCAA softball, the high of the high end of collegiate softball is leaps and bounds ahead of some of the mid-majors. And it is a whole different game when you get to some of those starting pitchers, some of the firepower in these lineups. It is something to watch.
Jack Hay, the batter right now, is a Florida native from Parkland. Played at St. Paul II High School and now is a junior at Alabama State. He's got a career .329 average. The 2-1, runner goes, hit sharply to second. Olison has it, fires to first to end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 8-0 lead for the Hornets. Highland Hall leads off the bottom of the 4th with the Wildcats. A BCU team that did pick up their first hit in the bottom half of the last inning. Rivera still out there for Alabama State. This is his longest outing of the season, stretching it into 4 innings. And the lefty deals. Hall squared to bunt, then pulled back, and it's a ball.
Several games in action as conference play gets started around the SWAC today. Only one game has gone final.
Hall rips this one foul down the first baseline.
Texas Southern at Pine Bluff today, with the Tigers taking down the Lions 9-7. Elsewhere, we'll have Alabama A&M at Jackson State, Prairie View A&M at Alcorn State.
Oh, breaking ball buckles Hall, but it misses outside, and the count 2-2.
Southern at Grambling. FAMU at Mississippi Valley State was canceled today. No indication on the SWAC website of why, assumingly weather. Right now, the A&M game, Alabama A&M is on top of Jackson State 8-5.
3-2 count to Hall.
That one's in the bottom of the fifth. I'll try to pull some other scores for you.
And Rivera deals Hall right back up the middle. There's a base hit, no play for McIntosh. And Highland is aboard. That brings up Robert Moya.
Now batting, number 31, Robert Williams.
Fly to right field with a runner on third to end the first inning.
It's like no live stats for some of these other SWAC games. Meanwhile, Fairleigh Dickinson, the 16 seed, who defeated Texas Southern in the play-in game earlier this week. Texas Southern, that 8 seed coming out of the SWAC, kind of just grinding it down and showing that when it comes SWAC tournament time, it's their tournament. Well, they're out in the first 4.
And
Fairleigh Dickinson, 61-56 over Purdue with a minute to go.
And, you know, with Bethune-Cookman, both their men's and women's team making the tournament for the first time, you got to think, you know, what could have been if they'd won a first-round game, got hot at the right time.
Of course, we saw Jackson State on the women's side, a powerhouse all season and last season, going down to Southern on a buzzer beater.
I'd probably put that, as well as the buzzer beater victory for BCU over Alabama A&M at Moore, as my 2 SWAC moments of the season that I saw. Here's the 1-0, and that breaking ball finds the strike zone 1-1.
Like you said, Mike, certainly if you're any of those SWAC coaches on either side, it's easy to say, how close are we really to that top tier if the 8 seed is taking down the 1 seed Grambling State on the men's side, for example, to win the whole thing. It's a pretty bunched up group, and if you're the Wildcats, you got to be excited about next season.
On one big cut and miss from Moya, and it's 1-2. I think that the Wildcats are closer than we think on both the men's and women's side. I think the women's team took a larger step forward, obviously, this year. They're going to have a tough time replacing some of that top-end scoring for next season. But I think if we can recruit well, maybe get a couple of players in the transfer portal, that one went hard towards the Alabama State dugout. I don't think anybody was hurt.
Several Alabama State players jumped out of the way, but Coach Vasquez didn't even flinch. Probably seen a lot of that in his day.
Veteran coach down there. He was out talking to the first base umpire before the inning started, which delayed us a couple of seconds. I'm not sure what about. Here's a 1-2. Upstairs, Moya takes 2-2.
Wildcats women basketball does figure to have Chanel Wilson back. She was newcomer of the year. Talked with Coach Creighton about her following the
Really? See,
final game.
I had not heard.
That is what we were told. The podium right after the game. She'll figure to be a leader on next year's team again.
Moya to right. That one's going to drop down in front of LaPred. And the first 2 aboard for BCU for the second inning in the game. They had the first 2 aboard in the first, couldn't do anything with it, but now back-to-back base hits by Hall and Moya have the Wildcats in business here in the fourth.
Moya and Hall have enjoyed a solid days of work.
Really good day for both of those guys.
Yeah, they've been a big catalyst for the BCU offense.
And now here's big fly Boris Pena.
The big 3 right here have been
Hall,
powered the Wildcats through the day.
Hall, Moya, and Pena with a little bit of Garrett Chun sprinkled in there have been the majority of the Wildcat offense today. Love to get them going a little bit here. Pena swings and misses. I think I mention this every time he comes up to bat, but he takes no prisoners.
Swinging early, swinging hard. See that a lot from Robert Moya as well. Today it's worked out in their favor.
Pena fouls this one off behind 0-2. Rivera has gotten himself in some trouble as he has gotten a lot of 0-2 counts, but has also issued 2 walks from 0-2 positions. Here's the 0-2. Inside, making Pena step back. Nobody out, 2 on. Here's the 1-2. Pena fouls it off. We'll do it again. I keep looking over. Look at the Fairleigh Dickinson score. You've got it up over there.
61-58. We're on official review right now to see whose ball it's going to end up being. 29 seconds left.
And of course, as soon as that goes final, we'll keep you updated. As if all of you don't have it on a second monitor somewhere while watching this game.
We sleep in May, Mike.
We sleep in May. Thank you, Mr. John Rothstein. And for the 3rd time in the ball game, from an 0-2 count, I believe it's now 3-2. The scoreboard says 2-2. I may have missed a ball.
Been a long day out here.
It has been a long day. Pena chops this one over the head of the pitcher. The second baseman fields and fires for the out, but Pena gets a little bit of a nice hop, because if that is snared by Rivera, it's probably 2. And now here's Escobar with second and third, and 1 man out. And where have we seen this before?
You know, it's baseball. No time on the clock. Certainly wouldn't hate having a pair of runs here. With only 1 away, if you're going to chip away at it, now's the time to do it.
Escobar didn't play the first game. Instead, we saw George Braceras at catcher. And Jonathan Hernandez, you can probably hear him all the way up here. Jonathan Hernandez not happy with the strike call from home plate umpire David Tompkins.
Escobar last season was one of the toughest to strike out on this roster, but even across the NCAA, I'll pull his stats for you in a second. A really, really patient guy at the plate.
0-1. Inside 1-1. And still nobody in the Bama State pen, even though Ricardo Rivera has gone a little bit wild here in this inning. Escobar doesn't take the bat off his shoulder, and it's ball 2.
193 official at-bats for Escobar last season. 162 official at-bats. Struck out 19 times. Very patient hitter.
Pretty darn good. With a 2-1. Swung on and fouled away. It'll be a 2-2.
At one point during the season last year, he ranked in the top 20 across the nation in hardest to strike out, the official name of that category.
I'm sure he'll be up there again this year. And he fouls this one off again. We'll do the 2-2 one more time. Escobar struck out 7 times this season in 31 at-bats, so not quite the rate as he was doing last year. Second and third, 1 down. Wildcats looking for their first run of the game. Escobar drills it to first. King comes home with it, and Hall is safe as the catcher, George, drops the ball, and the Wildcats are on the board.
Whatever it takes to push a run across, the Wildcats will take it for the first run of the game. Irvin Escobar, kind of a strange run to first for him. He was positioned well outside on the line.
The rare fielder's choice where everybody is safe.
Wasn't a bad decision by King to go home. I mean, he had the runner dead to rights if the catch is corralled. He was close enough to the base. You wonder if he could have maybe stepped on first, but I certainly don't blame him.
No, and again, that was just a mistake by George. They didn't give him an error.
Tough one to give an error on. Bang, bang play like that, runner coming in on you. I'm not sure I would have called it an error either. I think you're right in the fielder's choice call.
Now here's Brian Perez, popped out to right field in the second inning. Irvin Escobar named to the preseason All-SWAC first team, along with starting pitcher Luis Lipthrat, who we'll see tomorrow.
Several others on this Wildcats team getting love from Perfect Game, and they're all SWAC. Highland Hall, Robert Moya, Lipthrat, as well as, or excuse me, Santos was actually named to the SWAC Pitcher of the Year. And Yohan Gonzalez, the closer, was also a part of that group. It's interesting, the SWAC does not allow newcomers to be voted on when it comes to preseason awards. So Moya, for example, or Hall could not be voted unless you were a transfer from within the SWAC. So you'll see only returning players among those preseason rankings. Interesting. I'm not sure I agree with that decision, but we abide by what the conference rules for us.
1-2 upstairs, 2-2.
For Wildcats team adding a lot of big-time transfers in Hall, you know, Power 5 guys, it's kind of probably frustrating for them to not get that love. But at the end of the day, you go out and you prove it in the regular season. You get yourself some postseason awards, and more importantly, a SWAC title run, and kind of forget about those preseason nods.
Swing and a miss, and down goes Brian Perez. It's been a pretty good outing for Rivera. This says fourth strikeout. There's two away. Here's Jeremy Garcia. Other notables in the preseason first team for the official SWAC rankings. Preseason player of the year, well, he's standing right there at first base, is Corey King. Preseason pitcher of the year is Florida State's Hunter Veets, who we'll see during this homestand, I'm sure.
Veets was outstanding last year. We saw him down at Bethune Point, I believe, is when we saw Veets a season ago. And the Wildcats had to take some time off from the Jack here, not conflict with our hometown Daytona Tortugas. We'll be kind of poking around here in the next couple weeks.
We don't have to do that this year, thankfully. The schedules are worked out in such a way that we will not have to play down at Bethune Point.
Coach Hernandez making it a priority to make sure we get all our home games in at the friendly confines of the Jack. Certainly don't blame him.
1-2 the count to Perez. Rivera trying to get out of this with only one run. Ground ball, second base. Long charge for Flores, but he fields and fires. Oh, what a grab by King at first to end the inning. One run, two hits, two left. And as we head to the fifth, it's 8-1 Hornets here on the Cat Eye Network. Connor McIntosh steps in for the Bama State Hornets. They have an 8-1 lead here in Game 2 of our doubleheader. Most important news right now is it's gone final in the NCAA tournament. Fairleigh Dickinson has stunned the world and is only the second ever 16 seed to defeat a number 1 seed. They beat Purdue 63-58.
What can you say? It's unbelievable.
That it is. And
The Knights of Fairleigh Dickinson take down Texas Southern and now take down number 1 Purdue.
only in the tournament because their division champions were ineligible for for the tournament.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Swing and a miss. The count 2-2 on McIntosh.
Which I've gone off on occasion. It's just a very silly NCAA rule. We saw, who was it last year out of the Atlantic Sun? Bellarmine.
Bellarmine, and
was
then
denied the right to go to the tournament.
my alma mater, James Madison, just moved up to Division I FBS this year, and although getting a record enough to win the Sun Belt, was not permitted to play in the championship game.
I just don't know how you justify it if the NCAA.
I don't either. And of course, the year before that, we left the Colonial to go to the Sun Belt, and then the Colonial barred us from all their championships. So that's 2 straight years
Just
of
odd.
not being able to compete.
Just odd.
Little check swing foul. The count holds 2-2 to McIntosh. Singleton was stranded on second of the first. Struck out in the second, did McIntosh. Funnily enough, as I was looking through some of these official all-SWAC team lists during the break, the only first-team All-State for Alabama State is Corey King.
They did lose Hunter May, kind of close enough to the season. Probably would have seen him among those lists if not for some unforeseen circumstances.
And they don't have anybody on the second team either, which is kind of shocking to me for the reigning conference champions. Hit on the air to center. Under it is Chun. He makes the catch. There's one away.
Ball was hit right on the seams. Smoked that ball, but stayed up long enough for.
Fun fact, that's the first put out for Chun today.
Number 10.
Just kind of been watching the game from the outfield today. Nothing wrong with that.
But Yohan Gonzalez and Nolan Santos on the All-SWAC second team from Bethune-Cookman. Lipthrat and Escobar on the first team. This one hit high in the air behind second base. Moving over Olison, called off by Chun. And how about that? He's got 2 in a row, and there's 2 outs.
Got to stay ready out there.
Sometimes it takes about 5 hours.
I'm sure he'll get the next 3 or 4 in a row after we say all that.
To say the only thing he really did in the first game was watch a long double go over his head.
Yep.
Everything else hit to the corners. Ball in the dirt gets away from Escobar into the backstop. That was the first pitch to Christian Lopez. Grounded into a 6-4-3 double play in the first inning to end the inning. And then struck out in the third. And the 1-0. Strike on the inside corner, 1-1. And ever since coming in to start the fourth, Marcos Gamboa's been pretty good. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Needed stability. Night that could get out of hand. Gamboa.
I would argue it already is.
Well, more so the series could get out of hand.
That's
It's at 28
true.
pitches now. Let's eat some innings, save some arms.
Swing and a miss. Got him to chase the ball in the opposite batter's box. First strikeout for Gamboa. 1, 2, 3 go the Hornets. And they only have 1 hit in the last 2 innings. 8-1 Alabama State as we hit the bottom of the 5th. To the bottom of the fifth we go.
Now batting, number 2, Colton Olesen.
Olesen struck out looking his first time on a pitch up and in that he did not agree with. Kind of had a stare down with Tompkins on his way back to the plate. After the clip that kind of went viral of the Mississippi Valley State player getting run up on a ball outside, if I was any player in the country, I would look at that and go, well, it's don't look at the umpire, don't talk to the umpire, just I know that's much easier said than done.
Fun fact for you, Mike. He was scheduled to officiate our games this weekend.
Was he really?
He was. I did not know that when we talked about it back on Tuesday. Talking to Coach Hernandez, he was part of the crew for this weekend.
That is incredible. Also incredible that he's part of a SWAC crew doing a SWAC away game at New Orleans.
Which is why I did not initially assume, oh, maybe he could get some more action in the SWAC or whatever. But he was part of the slate.
I'm not sure if umpires are assigned by conference or there's just an umpire in general and they're assigned by like location.
I believe it's location-based, and I only say that because working basketball games this year, helping out down the street in DeLand at Stetson, as well as doing it here, you see some of the same faces.
And even just watching every game at Moore Gymnasium, you see a lot of the same faces. I don't know. What?
Maybe different at the highest level, of course. But
of course, but at this level, you're keeping guys that don't have to travel that far. Ooh, that one got Colesen in the back. And he walks on the hit by pitch. Third free pass given by Rivera, who is still out there in the fifth, by the way, with nobody throwing in the Bama State bullpen. There are people over there, but nobody is actively warming up.
I certainly don't blame them. Rivera up to 90 pitches once he throws his first one in this at-bat.
Top of the order, here's Tuero. Walked and singled in the game. And he hits this one to third. Oh, what a diving play by McIntosh. Or excuse me, by Lopez. Beautiful. Steals a hit and potentially a double away from Tuero.
Some great instincts there. Perfect read of the ball off the bat and made the snag a couple inches off the ground.
Here's Chun, walked to the first, struck out in the third. After this, the Wildcats continue their 13-game homestand with a game tomorrow against Alabama State to wrap up the series. And if this continues the way it is currently going, that game tomorrow could decide the SWAC East all on its own, although those teams do play again towards the end of the season up in Montgomery.
The weather this weekend, you know, traditionally if this was a non-conference or something similar, you may see one of the games banged or moved to the opposing site, but in a series like this where it's so critical between 1 and 2 from a season ago, can't afford to give up home games. So we play 2 tonight and the 1 tomorrow.
That one's lined to left field. It's down for a base hit. Grounding second is Olesen, and he makes a big turn and heads back to second on the base hit by Garrett Chun. So 2 aboard with 1 man out. Here's Highland Hall. He has the only Bethune-Cookman run on a fielder's choice.
Strange play back in the last inning. It's good to see the Wildcats bat still showing some signs of life here, still staying in the game, and hopefully getting the starter Rivera out of the game soon. Get to the bullpen.
After this series on Tuesday, the Cat Eye Network will be back here for a big one. It's the local rivalry, Bethune-Cookman and Stetson. Wildcats took 2 of 3 from the Hatters last year, but the Hatters improved this year as they start A-Sun play this weekend with a series against Kennesaw State. And I think this may be the end for Rivera. He's done a fantastic job in what is his longest outing of the season by a long way. Standings in the SWAC in the non-conference. Jackson State 11-3, Alabama State 10-9, Bethune-Cookman 9-9. Alabama A&M 7-8, Mississippi Valley 6-10. They'll be in here next weekend. A week from today, we'll have the first of 3 against the Devils. And then Florida A&M 6-11. Behind Cookman and Bama State, it really is anybody's guess who's gonna come out 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
And again, it's just it's odd looking at a lot of these SWAC baseball schedules in non-conference play. I have Jackson State pulled up right now. They're 11-3 record. Well, they started off the season at Southern, Mississippi Valley State, and Prairie View at a tournament in Houston, all ruled non-conference games.
Well, because they're not going to play them in the conference because they're in the West.
They also played Pine Bluff, 3 against Alcorn State, 2 games with Tougaloo, Louisiana Lafayette.
Hall hits this one high in the air to center and not deep. Mato's back, makes the catch. Olison tagging. He's going to go to 3rd without a throw, and there are 2 away.
So it's just tough with a lot of these SWAC schools. Looking at Texas Southern's schedule, for example, they sit atop of the West. Again, at that same roundup in Houston, they played Mississippi Valley, Prairie View, and Southern, and then their other wins. They've got a win against, they rattled off 5 straight against Wiley College, Arlington Baptist. Houston and Missouri broke that up, so they did play some tougher competition. But then you go back to Texas Wesleyan, Arkansas Baptist, Houston Tillotson. Unlike Coach Hernandez, they schedule some cakewalk games.
Interesting. The opposite of what happens in basketball season, where you can travel and play some money games from some of the bigger schools to pad their records early in the season.
A lot of times it's just the travel required for baseball, softball season. Even with the South Carolina game last week, and a lot of times it's just enough to maybe cover travel costs or a little bit more than that. It's tough in the non-money sports to make a big chunk with away games.
That was a wild one. It was in to Robert Moya, made him jump backwards, but in jumping backwards, he moved the bat across home plate, and the first base umpire rung him up. And Coach Hernandez is hot.
Thought Coach Hernandez may be in jeopardy of getting tossed there. Kind of a ridiculous call.
He'll say his piece and then walk back to the dugout. Moyer stands in there in a 1-1 count.
Just not sure how you can call it. I mean, that's outside the spirit of the rule. Do we really think he was committing to a swing?
He was trying not to get hit by the ball.
But we're going to rule that a swing. That is a strange call.
Moya trying to prove the umpire wrong. Swings so hard he ends up in the opposite batter's box, and it's 1-2. In the other conference, Texas Southern 13-6, Arkansas Pine Bluff 7-10. Southern 4-11, who was predicted to finish first. Grambling State 4-12, Prairie View 2-15, Alcorn 1-10. I'm actually very interested to see who Alcorn beat. Usually not really a winning program. They beat Roosevelt College is their win. Their losses to 3 to Alabama A&M, 2 or 3 to Roosevelt Lamar, 3 to Jackson State, and 1 to Mississippi Valley State.
It's tough, that program, looking at their schedule from a season ago. A lot of double-digit run losses, a lot of run rules. They have a tough time with that program down there. You can only guess at why. There's a number of factors, but
the 1-2. High in the air, not deep to right. Jameson trying to track it, moves to his right and makes the catch. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. And we go to the 6th inning, 8-1 Hornets here on the Cat Eye Network. We go to the 6th. Here's Ali Lepred. Lepred was hit by a pitch and scored in the 2nd, then fly to center in the 3rd. And he is the only change for the Bethune-Cookman, or excuse me, for the Alabama State roster in this 2nd game. And his 2 at-bats have gone by so fast, I've never had a chance to run through his stats. So here they are. He's played 5 games. Excuse me. In 15 at-bats, he has 3 runs on 4 hits, 5 RBI, and 2 homers in 15 at-bats.
Pair of home runs, huh?
He's got power. He flied to center deep. Had Chun going back and make the catch. Now, you posed to me an interesting question during the break. And you said, with Texas A&M Corpus Christi making the NCAA tournament, can you name how many?
There are 3, well, besides them, there are 3 additional Division I programs, 2 public and 1 private, that are
based
located on an
islands. The only one that immediately comes to mind is Hawaii.
That's the obvious
That's probably
answer.
the easy one.
The other 2 are, I wouldn't quite call it a trick question, because technically it's true, but it's tough.
Man,
Let you marinate on that one for a
I'm
while.
trying to think of which universities are closest to the coasts.
It's kind of how I approach the question.
There's not a university in Key West. There's Long Island University.
Not Division I.
Yes, they are actually.
You mean, LIU, you're correct.
LIU.
They are Division I, but they are not. It's one of those, like, it's not technically on. I think they're in Brooklyn. Or somewhere.
Well, there are satellite campuses. Some are on Long Island. There is LIU Brooklyn, which was its own university until recently it merged, and they're all just LIU now. So I guess
A&M
that's
Corpus Christi last year, of course, took down the same Texas Southern in the play-in game, first 4.
So Lepred walks, and here's Jamal George. He's grounded out twice.
Tell you, your LIU guess is not far off, though.
I was thinking, right, like the biggest island in the world is Manhattan, or the most densely populated island in the world is Manhattan. This could be 2, 6 to 4, and a fielder's choice is all it will be. George goes to first on that fielder's choice, and there's 1 away. So if I'm not far off, colleges on the island of Manhattan. Is St. John's one of them?
St. John's is not.
Man, this is stumping. Like, what other colleges are in Metro New York? I know there's a bunch of them.
There are a lot. There are a lot.
I mean, there's New York University, but they do not have an athletic program. That's a wild pitch. George goes to second. And here's Randy Flores. Singleton scored in the first. Singleton scored in the second. Grounded out to the pitcher in the 4th. I'm going to have to give up on this one.
That would be Hofstra is the other public university, and coming in at private is Stony Brook.
Oh, SUNY Stone. You know what? I should have known both of those. You know why? They're both in the Colonial Athletic Association. And JMU played them a lot in every sport.
That is kind of
when I was
brutal that
there.
you didn't get that.
And I mean, I've never been there, but
no excuse,
yeah, no
Mike.
excuse. Yeah, that's tough.
It's one of those fun college questions.
You were thinking of, like, you think, oh, island, tropical, but there
Right.
are no tropical islands in the United States.
Or you kind of set yourself up for a trick question, like some, whatever island off the coast of, even Corpus Christi is kind of.
It's not an island.
Yeah, it's out there right off
island?
the coast of Texas.
Yeah.
It's close enough that you wouldn't notice it if you didn't think about it. It's a beautiful campus out there, though, if you've ever seen pictures of it.
It
It's
is.
a little compound out there on the island. It
It's
is
gorgeous.
beautiful.
It's basically got the island all to its own.
Yep.
3-0. Gamboa well down in the count to Flores. And he walked him. Second walk of the inning. And there are 2 aboard with 1 out.
It's also just fun when it's tournament time this time of year to see how important these runs can be, or even an appearance for a lot of these schools with fans learning, oh, what's the mascot of Fairleigh Dickinson or Furman or whoever, and the fan engagement from that crowd that you wouldn't normally attract for your games, and seeing enrollment boosts and all it really is great to see for all these schools.
Yeah, I'm always one to try and know like the mascot and colors and logos of most of the D1 schools. I probably could name if shown the logo. Here's a double steal and a ball to start the at-bat for Trenton Jameson. So Flores moves to second. And George, who's had a wild appearance on the base paths, moves to third. George reached on a fielder's choice, which was a aborted double play. Went to second on a wild pitch and now has stolen third.
Haven't heard the cowbell in a little bit. Oh,
Yeah, there it is. Just
there it is.
Speak the devil. There it is.
I really willed that one back into.
Light crowd out here on a Friday night. And of course, a bunch of different factors to that. March Madness, obviously, one for the sports fan. But for the local who just wants to get out and watch some baseball, there's the St. Patrick's Day celebration on Main Street, which closed the street. The only way you could get into the stadium is on the Orange Avenue side, which kind of stumped me when I was coming to the ballpark today.
Not to mention, of course, the switch in game times and kind of there was a high school event hosted here earlier today, so kind of an unsure start time for today. A lot of factors contributed.
Yeah, we actually started about 45 minutes behind the original start time of 4 o'clock. Started almost at 5, which is why we are still playing, approaching 10 p.m. Eastern here on the here at the Jack, and only in the 6th inning of game number 2.
Start time tomorrow, still kind of up in the air. I'm sure we'll get an answer from the two coaches tonight.
Chop foul. This is not Jameson. We have a pinch hitter here. This is Javian Serrano. And Serrano floats this to second. Olesen to first for the out.
Interesting. A feet first slide by Serrano to first. I'm not sure that saves you much time doing that. I guess from an injury standpoint, it's better than going head first. Can't tell you how many times I'm sure we've all seen our favorite team or somebody get banged up on this head first slide into first, and then you always bring up the question of, does it really save you any time? Is it any quicker? Why are we doing this?
Yep. Here's Ian Matos. Doubled and scored in the first. Singleton scored in the second. Singleton was stranded in the fourth. So 3 straight base hits for Matos today. In the first game, Matos 0 for 4. So he's turned it right around in this second game. And he takes his strike to even the count at 1-1. Matos, the reigning SWAC Player of the Week, pops this one high in the air in the infield. It'll actually be the shortstop Garcia to make the catch and end the inning. No runs, no hits, 2 left. And at the end of 5.5, it's 8-1 Hornets right here on the Cat Eye Network. Boris Pena leads off the 6th for Bethune-Cookman, facing a new pitcher for Alabama State. And he lines this one to left. Base hit for Pena. Welcome to the game, Luis Escobar, or excuse me, Luis Rodriguez. Rodriguez, in 11.1 innings pitched, he has a 1-0 record and a 7.15 ERA. He's given up 12 runs on 12 hits, walked 9 and struck out 16, and has thrown 2 wild pitches. And actually, that's the 13th hit now with Pena's base knock. And Escobar takes a ball outside. Man, Rodriguez throws real hard. We don't have a pitch speed clock here, but it looks like it's must be up there in the 90s the way it gets to the plate. High pop into right. Serrano makes the catch, who's in for Jameson. And there's one away.
That final line on the starter, Rivera. 5 innings pitched, threw 100 on the dot. Allowed 1 earned run on 4 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts.
Pretty good from a player who hadn't gone more than 3 innings all season.
Absolutely. And after the disappointing Game 1 loss, to come in there and give not only innings, but strong innings. No doubt the Alabama State staff loves what they got out of their starter.
Breaking ball strike to Brian Perez. 0 for 2. Flied out to right and struck out. And for the 3rd time this game, the Wildcats have their lead runner aboard. Check swing, he did not go. 1-1. The only time that leadoff man has been around to score is Highland Hall for the Wildcats' only run of the 4th. The 1-1. Yes, he did. And strike number 2 on Brian Perez. Perez still looking for his first hit of the season. Last game was the first plate appearances of the year for Perez, although he'd played the field once before. The 1-2. Strike 3, struck him out swinging. And there are quickly 2 away.
Perez still trying to get his feet under him, seeing some of the first game action pitches of the year. May take him a bit to kind of adjust. But a strong offensive player for the Wildcats last season. He'll get there.
Jeremy Garcia struck out in the 3rd, grounded out in the 4th. And he stands in with 2 outs and takes strike 1.
Certainly the pop on that glove after every pitch from Rodriguez would lead you to believe he's throwing some gas out there.
The righty deals low. And the count 1-1. I will try and find you a final score from the World Baseball Classic game today. Last time we looked at the end of the first game of our doubleheader, Puerto Rico was up on Mexico 4-1. The 0-1 to Garcia, swung and chopped to second. Playing deep in the hole is Flores, and he flips it to McIntosh for out number 3. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left, and we go to the 7th with an 8-1 Alabama State lead. Another pinch hitter for Alabama State to begin. Correction, that's Jack Hay in, not a designated player. Mexico on top of Puerto Rico 5-4 now in World Baseball Classic action. Last time we looked, it was 4-1 Puerto Rico. The current tournament favorites in danger of falling out of it and giving Mexico a pass to the semifinals. Although, with how well Japan is playing right now, I would not put them anywhere but first in my power rankings at the moment. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball just dropped away from Hay. Hay had the big homer in the second inning. The 3-run blast that plated Jameson Matos and himself. That made it an 8-0 game at the time. Payoff from Gamboa. Swing and a miss. Tipped into the glove. And Hay down on strikes.
Now batting, number 3, Tyler McIntosh.
Oh, here's Kyler McIntosh. McIntosh from Columbus, Indiana, a sophomore out of Columbus North High School. .353 batting average on the season. 13 runs on 24 hits. 1 homer, 9 RBIs. And he singled, struck out, and flied out to center in the ballgame.
For any of you just college basketball freaks, Daytona locals, degenerate gamblers, the CBI starts tomorrow. Right here at the Ocean Center, just down the street across the bridge, over at Daytona Beach Shores.
I was hoping to work that event. Unfortunately, not this time. You, however, will be there.
Please direct all live stats complaints to yours truly. I will not respond, but you can direct them.
Off the end of the bat, well hit. That's in no man's land, and it drops in between Olison and Hall for a base hit.
Talked a lot this season. Olison's always a guy to call off on those, but it's a long run for him, and probably see the ball better if you're Hall or even Chun out there. Hard to tell from here what communication there was.
You could hear Coach Hernandez from the dugout shouting, "Talk, talk, talk," and apparently they did not.
I'd like to think that should be Hall's ball to get, but either way, lack of communication, that one falls in.
Here's Corey King. King singled and was caught in a 6-4-3 double play in the first, then grounded to the pitcher and flying out to center in his other 2 plate appearances. The 1-0. Outside 2-0, and Gamboa may be a little bit struggling for command after 3 pretty good innings, the 4th, 5th, and 6th.
63 pitches for him. Have to think he's running out of gas here. Probably not stretched out for this kind of length, especially after appearing on Tuesday.
The 2-0. Line foul, first base side.
Caught over in the bullpen by the Hornet warming up or poking around over there. If this was a Savannah Bananas game, not sure if a bullpen would qualify as an out, but it
Yeah, I know the fans. If a fan catches the ball, it's an out.
I'm sure they have a bullpen in the Bananas game, so.
I have not been to a Savannah Bananas game yet, even though they've come through this ballpark the last 2 years. This year, I was working that night, and last year, I couldn't get a ticket because they were sold out by the time I'd heard about it.
They sell out the day they go live. We're fortunate enough here, 2 alums on the team.
Walk issued by Gamboa. And there's 2 on with 1 out. And the Hornets, who haven't scored since the 2nd inning,
Number 24,
are threatening once again.
For the Bananas, Dalton Malden and Michael Deeb, former alum, both play for the Bananas. Tell you what, I was out there for a Bananas game earlier this season, was fortunate enough to attend that one. Dalton Malden is very solid. You know, it's banana ball, it's all in fun, but he's a really good defensive second baseman out there.
Hernandez out to talk to Gamboa as somebody very quickly in maroon and gold gets set to warm up. I don't think they'll take Gamboa out now because he actually hasn't thrown any pitches down there in the bullpen.
So Yohansel Diaz, he was poking around a long time ago, several innings back, but not sure he was ever actually throwing.
I don't think home plate umpire David Tompkins is going to give Hernandez enough time on the mound to let Diaz warm up all the way. So I think Gamboa will have to face at least one more batter, if not two, and try and get out of this inning. Something I don't remember seeing was the very purple-looking mask for Irvin Escobar behind the plate. It may just be maroon reflected strangely by the light, but it does look purple.
It's some very odd color choices out here. Gloves, and we saw the orange bat. Just not sure if it's just a personality thing or what, but all the power to the players, I guess.
Speaking of orange bats, the ball gets away from Escobar as the runners advance on the pass ball. Here's Christian Lopez swinging that orange bat. It's been a noisy night here at the ballpark. Helicopters, cowbells, sirens, what I can only assume were motorcycles.
Didn't expect to leave the ballpark with a headache, but a couple more innings left may do just that if it doesn't quiet down a little bit. I'm not going to mention the cowbell again because then it'll start, because last time I did that, it came right back.
Second and third, one out. Gamboa deals, and it's hit high in the air by Lopez and fouled on the first base line. If you really want your SWAC baseball fix, we will stream tomorrow's game, but you will not hear Bryce and I's lovely voices. We will be off doing other duties. We will be back on Tuesday for the non-conference game against Stetson. Hit on a line to center. That's going to bounce in front of Chun. 1 run scores. Here comes McIntosh. The throw to the plate is not in time, and he scores. And it is 10-1 as the Hornets have hit double digits. It's a 2 RBI single by Lopez.
Ball is hit very well. Alabama State been seeing it well all night. Obviously had a few innings of a little dry spell for the Hornets, but back when they did all the damage, just really great recovery from them after game 1. You know, I mentioned momentum. But like I said in the first game, momentum really can be as good as your starting pitcher. And when you start off on the wrong foot like the Wildcats did tonight, gets out of hand, and there's only so much more you can do. And with that, you know, you can argue Louis Lipthrat, Wildcats, arguably their best starter a season ago, gets the nod tomorrow. You're in just as good of a position to take the series. So you can't let tonight affect you. You move on and finish this one up. Save as many bullpen arms as you can if you're Hernandez and the staff, and get ready to try to win a series.
We do see Yohansel Diaz warming up, but Gamboa is still out there to face Ali Lepred. Was hit by a pitch and scored in the second, flied out in the third, and then walked and was caught on a fielder's choice, which was an aborted double play in the sixth. Strike call, 1-1.
SWAC does technically have a run rule, a mercy rule, at 10 runs. Mike, we were talking in a break about it earlier. Last year we had a game over at Bethune Point against Mississippi Valley State where we saw that rule.
Hard shot into left center. Long run and a sliding catch made by Garrett Chun, and there are 2 away.
Nice play by Chun. Like we said, hadn't seen a lot of action today, but
Has 4 putouts actually in this game after none in the first.
impressive one there.
And it's really hard to slide on this turf. It doesn't have the slickness that grass does. It's kind of coarse.
All those pellets. I can't walk on a turf field for more than 2 minutes without getting pellets in shoes and pockets or wherever else. They just find a way everywhere.
So 2 of my roommates in college were part of our school's marching band. And of course, there's not going to be a grass field at the college level. It's all turf. So as you can imagine, our apartment was always full of little pens. No matter how many times we vacuumed it,
Always finding pebbles.
never got any better. Here's Jamal George. Takes upstairs to count 2-0. George, just a freshman catcher. And when he came to training camp at the beginning of the season, probably didn't think he was going to play all that much, but he's been the first choice this year for the Hornets. The 2-0. Hit on a hard rope to left, but it's not going to have enough gas to get out of the ballpark as Pena makes the grab to end the inning. 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 left. We go to the 8th, and it is 10-1 Hornets. Luis Rodriguez back out there for Alabama State on the mound as we play the bottom of the 7th inning. Colton Olison leads off from the 9 spot. Struck out in the 3rd, hit by a pitch in the 5th. It was stranded on 3rd. We still are waiting to play here. Two runs into the top of the 7th for Alabama State gives them a 10-1 lead, and you said it during the break. I think this is our atonement from the baseball gods. We got such a great game in the first one of the better games we've seen this year at the Jack.
Quick, well played.
And now we've got a long old slog of a game that isn't very close and hasn't been since the top of the first.
Can't have it all in baseball. If you've watched any amount of it, you know that.
Olison on the ground is short. McIntosh fires across, and it's a wild throw that gets away. That'll be an error on McIntosh, and Olison is aboard.
It's like he's going to be awarded second after the ball. Looked like it bounced back in, but I'm guessing they'll say it hit in the dugout or somewhere else out of play. He'll go to second.
That is the 5th time in 7 innings that the Wildcats have had the leadoff man aboard, and still only 1 run.
Luis Tuero.
7 men left on base. Not a huge number, especially based on
But
some of their.
in critical
earlier.
situations, they've stranded runners on third twice, and on second and third one of those times. They had second and third with nobody out in the 4th, and then first and third with 1 out in the 5th.
All of those instances add up. Obviously, you're not going to convert every time, but
Not to say that they would be in this game, but run differential is important.
especially
Certain SWAC tiebreakers come down the end of the season because we do play an even number of games against Alabama State, and we could end up splitting the season series, being tied in overall record and having to go down to run differential. So,
especially, credit to Marcos Gamboa for really keeping the Wildcats in it throughout the middle innings there. Who's to say they couldn't chip away and make a run at it?
strike on the outside corner to Tuero. Tuero walked and was stranded on third in the first. Singled and was stranded on first in the third. And then lined out to third with a really fantastic diving play by Lopez in the 5th. And that was the one that stranded runners on first and third with 1 man out.
Shout out to all the fans still hanging in here at the Jack. A lot of them were here for game 1, stuck through the whole thing.
The Fairfield fans wearing black and gold down there on the third baseline. They are. They've brought the noise in game 2, definitely. Swing and a miss. A huge fan from Tuero. And Luis has not had the greatest week between Tuesday and the 2 games today.
Uncharacteristic for him.
You did say he's battling a little bit of a shoulder injury and moved from third base to designated hitter today.
Yeah, Coach Hernandez given him a bit of a break. We saw a few plays Tuesday night, some short throws that bounced in the turf in front of Moya at first. So dealing with a little bit of a shoulder, just getting a break and a chance to swing the bat and take a break from the field.
Chun walked in the first, but then was caught on the base paths in a double play. Struck out on the third and singled and was stranded in the 5th. The Wildcats, I mean, you can point your finger at all sorts of things that have caused the scoreline we see right now, but I just think it's a combination of all those things. The 3 errors, runner goes to third, no throw, and a stolen base for Olison. Count 2-1 on Chun.
Just a bit of an uncharacteristic start from Gaviria today, and I'm sure he'll get back out there and look a little bit more like his regular self next time out, but got in a hole early.
Ball low, 2-2. And Gaviria came in with a 2.89 ERA, 2-1 on the season, and then threw that gem against Purdue Fort Wayne in the second weekend.
First complete game shutout in a couple of seasons for the Wildcats.
Off the end of the bat, foul as Chun stays alive. And you thought he would be set up to have a real gem of a season, but you know as well as I do that form is temporary, especially in this game.
And at the same time, especially on the mound, it's a fresh start next week.
Another foul tip, and we'll do the 2-2 again. Next week, really important, because no matter how tomorrow goes, you kind of got to move past this weekend and say, this is the best team in this conference. We are going to see them again at least 3 more times, possibly 5 or 6 more times. And no matter how tomorrow goes, you've got to turn your focus to Mississippi Valley and Florida A&M. Because there are, just like in basketball, there are levels to the SWAC, but there are no easy wins. Anybody can beat anybody on any given night.
Conference play has a tendency to get wild. Everybody knows that. But you're absolutely right, Michael. It's you can't, in one respect, you can't overlook other teams, whether it be Mississippi Valley or Florida A&M. You can't look at them as lesser than Alabama State because the gap may not be a large one, especially, like you said, on any given night. So if you come out and win this series, you can't fly too high and expect to breeze by anybody. If you go out and lose this series, you can't come out and think we're not good enough to hang with Alabama State. You've already proven you are.
High pop in foul territory, first base side. And it'll be the third baseman, Lopez, who races over to make the catch. And there are two away. This will bring up Highland Hall, who had a terrific game in the first, but he grounded into a double play his first time up. Singleton scored the Wildcats' only run in the fourth and then fly to center in the fifth. But in the first game, Hall, terrific. Walked, grounded out, but then Singleton scored in the sixth, doubled and scored the winning run in the eighth, and a huge confidence booster game for Highland after a game on Tuesday that you really want to quickly put behind you against Jacksonville, where he was 0 for 5 from the plate and then also threw a third of an inning, gave up the 2 runs that eventually lost the Wildcats the game. Big cut and miss on the first pitch from Hall. The wind, which had been gusting out to center field all game long and all day long, really has cooled off a bit. It is now only slightly breezy towards center field. Hall hits one the other way. That's going to be a run as it gets into right field. It's a base hit and an RBI single for Hall as Olison scores from third, as Highland continues his terrific day at the Jack.
Nice to see him putting in some solid work here against Alabama State. You know, like we said, off night on Tuesday. There's been some off nights early in the season for Hall. He's still kind of coming into his own here as a Wildcat, fresh off his experience at the Power 5 level out in the Pac-12. He's going to be a huge part of what BCU does this season, so the more we can see him get comfortable in a Wildcats uniform, the better.
Here's Moya. Flied out to right the first as he checks his swing, ball outside. Singleton was stranded on third in the fourth and then flied out to right field in the fifth. So he's hit the ball hard the other way. There's a strike. I'm looking at the defensive alignment for Alabama State. They're not really covering for that because Flores is shading towards second base back on the grass, and King is holding Hall on at first. So if he chops this one the other way, there's a base hit. Fastball just missed. 2-1.
You know, it's interesting to me, Jonathan Hernandez has been in a rhythm for the last 2 years, very set weekend rotation of uniforms. When we saw the whites in game 1, white on white. Gold has traditionally been the Sunday kit for the Wildcats. We're seeing it here in game 2 in what would be the Saturday game. And, you know, baseball and its superstitions and everything like that, I'm interested to see. One, it sets you up for wearing all black in the heat tomorrow.
Against Alabama State, who will also likely wear all black. So I'm not sure what they're going to do with that.
Of course, you do have the maroons available or some gray pinstripe, but it's just different.
High fly ball to right field from Moya. Back on the track, Serrano makes the catch. And that ends the inning. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left. And we go to the 8th. It's 10-2 Alabama State right here on the Cat Eye Network. Top of the order for Alabama State to begin the 8th, facing a new Wildcat pitcher, the right-hand thrower Yoancel Diaz. 6 2/3 innings on the season for Diaz. He's given up 8 runs on 7 hits, with 9 strikeouts and 5 walks. And he has a 6.75 ERA, no decisions either way.
Gamboa's final line on the night: 4 innings pitched, 2 runs both earned on 3 hits, 3 walks, struck out 2. Kind of regardless of the outcome here tonight and then going into tomorrow, you got to give him a lot of credit. 77 pitches for him, a season high by a large margin. Really keeping the bullpen from just, keeping the Wildcats out of serious trouble, using a lot of arms. And
Flores walks on 4 pitches. And here is Javier Serrano. Serrano grounded out to second his first time up in replace of Trenton Jameson.
Diaz last season used primarily as a pinch runner, was listed as a position player as well, but didn't see any time in the field.
So this is his first season making pitching appearances. Runner goes. And a nice throw, but just a little bit late from Escobar, and Flores takes a base.
Diaz did actually make, I believe it was 1, potentially 2 appearances on the mound last year, but they were in kind of games out of hand or something of that like. This is his first year just fully committing to the bullpen over position playing or whatever else.
And it looks like Escobar came up a little lame after that throw, but he waves away the athletic trainer and heads back to behind the plate. The count is 1-1 on Serrano. Diaz, a junior from Hialeah. Played at Miami Springs High School, and unfortunately his freshman year was the COVID year. Chopped toward the mound. Diaz fields and underhands it to first. And there's one away as Flores advances to third.
Diaz, another guy sporting a blue glove.
Yeah, so all but one pitcher tonight.
One of the Alabama State crew, I believe.
Oh, no, Gamboa didn't have a blue glove.
That's true.
So maybe all but 2 pitchers across both games today not sporting that blue glove. We couldn't figure out if it meant anything, but maybe the coaches will have some answers for us, and
check on it after.
We can tell you on Tuesday.
Those faithful game-to-game folks that stick by, we appreciate everybody hanging with us tonight. If you've stayed here through both games, I encourage you should probably go do something else now. But if you want to hang out here, we're happy to have you.
The second game has mostly turned into the Mike and Bryce podcast show.
Yeah, like we said, it's just the baseball gods. You're not allowed to have 2 exciting games back to back. Just not allowed.
Last year, Diaz scored 4 runs as a pinch runner. And his first pitch is a breaking ball strike to Ian Matos. Matos doubled and scored in the first, singled and scored in the second, singled and was stranded in the 4th, and then struck out in the 6th. This is its 5th plate appearance, the top of the order for Alabama State, getting a lot of work at the plate tonight. Depending on how this inning goes, he could get a 6th plate appearance in the 9th. And he did appear in 2 games on the mound out of the bullpen last year, did Diaz. Only 3 innings, allowed 1 hit, and got 2 strikeouts. But as you said, committing full-time to the bullpen this season. The 2-1. Breaking ball strike. Really late strike call from Tompkins, but it's 2-2.
Of course, if you hadn't had a chance to check it out yet, new BCU football coach Raymond Woody announced his full staff this week. Some familiar faces for, I'm sure, Wildcats alum or longtime fans of the like. Some returning players, returning coaches, a handful of new faces.
A couple of new faces who've been in the Willie Taggart kind of gravity spear the last couple of years. Coached with Raymond as that pitch is outside and Matos walks. Second walk issued by Diaz. And runners on the corners for Jack Hay, whose only claim to fame in this game is he hit a 3-run home run in the second inning. It really broke the game open and gave, at that point, the Hornets an 8-0 lead. Other than that, he struck out twice and grounded out the second. He's got runners on the corners with one down. That one's bounced to the plate and rolls away from Escobar. Matos moves to second, but Flores stays put at third. In March Madness land, Miami hangs on to beat Drake. That was a close game.
5-12 game going down to the wire. Drake scores 1 point in the last 5 minutes and coughs up that one.
The 1-0. Inside and high 2-0. We were talking during the inning break about potential transfer portal moves and how both basketball teams here at Bethune-Cookman could look next season.
Completely different game now than it used to be.
Popped up and caught at third by Perez. Inside pitch jammed up Hay, and there's 2 away. Here's Kyler McIntosh. Singled in the first, struck out of the second, fly to center in the fifth, walked and scored in the seventh in that kind of weird inning where we got 2 runs on no hits and left 1 on base.
But yeah, Mike, you talk about transfer portal across all the college sports now. You can turn around a program and a team, add to a team just like that. It doesn't take nearly the time it used to, just with the new rules. Of course, with that, you also worry about players transferring out or a number of different factors.
And then if somebody asked me how many years of eligibility a player has now, I'd say I have no idea.
All the power to all the guys, but everybody who has super senior COVID eligibility left, I can't wait till you graduate because just as complicated the whole operation.
It makes our lives as sports information people very difficult.
Because it's just, there's no designated COVID whatever. It's just you have a leftover year of eligibility.
And some schools notate that differently. Some
super
schools,
senior.
Super senior, 5th year, graduate student.
Yep.
Graduate, I've seen some places post.
Just a graduate. That's
yeah.
Fun. But yeah, you see it across all levels. It's a couple years and they'll all be flushed out. But and of course, happy to have them. No ill will on them. It's just you've made my life more difficult than it needs to be, and I'd prefer if it wasn't. That's all.
Ball 4, and the walk for McIntosh loads the bases. The 3rd free pass of the inning given by Oensal Diaz. And no matter how bad this gets, it's probably going to be Diaz's night to finish, just so we don't use any more arms for the game tomorrow. Here's Corey King. King singled and was caught in a double play in the first, grounded out in the second, flied out in the 5th, walked and scored in the 7th. This one goes to short. And a nice little nifty fielding move by Garcia to get out of the inning. No runs on no hits, and the bases left loaded. Bottom of the 8th we go, 10-2 Hornets. Pena leads off the 8th for the Wildcats. 6 outs left to go for BCU. In this game, too, which has kind of taken the wind out of our sails after a really fabulous game number 1. First pitch strike, as Rodriguez is still in there for the Hornets. Pena, the hero of game number 1, hit a 3-run homer to tie the game in the 6th before Highland Hall scored on a wild pitch in the 8th that eventually won the ball game.
Can't ask for much better of a performance tonight from Alabama State, saving bullpen arms, getting the offense back going, getting that confidence boost. But with baseball, the fresh start tomorrow, anything can happen.
Every day is a new day. And you hear that a lot in the major leagues where you play 162 games. And one game in the grand scheme of things doesn't really mean a lot unless you get down to the end of the season like kind of the Mets and Braves did last year.
Best part about baseball is that there's a game every day. The worst part about baseball is
there's a game
every day.
Every day. 3 swings, 3 strikes for Boris Pena, and he goes down. Eighth strikeout of the night for Bama State pitching, combined between Rivera and Rodriguez. Here's Irvin Escobar. Reached base on a fielder's choice in the 4th. Other than that, grounded out to the pitcher and flied out to right. Just to finish off our conversation about basketball and the transfer portal and everything from last inning, Morgan Beecham, who had her senior day, graduated, will graduate in the spring, still technically has a year of eligibility left, but at the end of the season, both Eric Dennis, who does the basketball broadcast with me, and I were not sure if she would stick around for another season.
I can tell you based on conversations with head coach Chanel Creighton, as well as her kind of answers at the podium at the end of the tournament, certainly seemed like a send-off for Morgan.
But getting Chanel Wilson back will be huge for one more season in maroon and gold. Newcomer of the year, and certainly had a case for player of the year.
Big difference maker for the Wildcat. Changed the whole equation for everybody. Got more people open shots. Kept defenses honest. Always had to keep her covered.
Yeah. And
increased the shooting.
All while scoring just shy of 18 points a game.
She was outstanding. So much fun to watch.
Ball bounced to the plate. Nice sprawling job by George to keep it in front of him. No real reason to, but there's nobody on base. The count runs full. And as always, I'm interested to see how the freshmen will do with a season under their belt and then a full offseason under the belt. I'm talking about specifically Nia Jordan, who played the majority of games at the 4 for the Wildcats this year. That one is flared out towards first. Oh, what a leaping catch by Corey King. Reigning SWAC Player of the Year, current SWAC Preseason Player of the Year, and well, he showed you why right there. Beautiful defensive play.
Even when the bat's not working for King, I mean, we've seen him over there all day, vacuum up every ball that comes his way, gets a chance to make a nice play right there. Player of the Year for a reason.
Brian Perez has struck out twice and fly to right tonight. First pitch to him. Low ball 1.
Like you said, Mike, I think part of what we saw in the SWAC tournament for the women in particular this year is a very new team. Not a lot of holdovers on that team, unlike the men who kept a handful of most of their starting 5 around. The women, a lot of gelling to do still, a lot of team building, a lot of learning how to win, especially in the postseason. You're under their belt, seeing what it takes to be successful.
The men's team, for the second year in a row, unfortunately under head coach Reggie Theus, had a lot of injury problems. They were without what should have been their starting center, actually their top 2 centers on the depth chart, in Elijah Holsey and Dylan Robertson for most of the season. Robertson came back for the last 3 or 4 games.
Not to mention some more size, and DJ Carter Hollinger figured to play probably the 4. Did a handful of games in the season.
He started at the 5 a bunch as a freshman.
Donovan Totley arguably would have been their leading scorer at the guard position. Was done before the season with the torn ACL.
Hopefully we will see him back for next season, although, again, transfer portal, you never know.
He's had a tough break here at BCU. He, trying to transfer in, had some issues with kind of transfer rules and kind of got the short end of the stick and wasn't allowed to play despite transferring in last winter. 2 winters ago now, I guess you should say, and then the injury in the preseason. I'd like to think he'd like to stick around here and get a chance, but like you said, you never know.
One of the most dynamic scorers in the country when he was at Monmouth. We'll look forward to maybe seeing him next year. And, of course, Joe French, Mr. 1000. Had a tough end of the year, but still an electric player on the floor. No idea if Zion Harmon's going to stick around.
If there's anyone you'd like to think who could keep him to stick around, buy into a system, it's a former NBA guy in Reggie Theus.
Of course. And now with Marcus Garrett graduating and moving on, you'd think that the starting point guard role is Zion's to lose if he sticks around. Swing and a miss. Down on strikes goes Brian Perez. 1, 2, 3 go the Cats. We go to the 9th. 10-2, Alabama State. To the 9th we go. Yoencel Diaz still on the mound for Bethune-Cookman. Christian Lopez leads off for Alabama State.
We're going to hopefully get you some SWAC baseball scores from tonight. Kind of poking around. The official SWAC website's not all the way updated yet, so I'm going to see if I can pull some from some individual websites.
We already know that Texas Southern beat Arkansas Pine Bluff 9-7.
Game wrapped up a few hours ago now. Florida A&M Mississippi Valley was canceled today. I'm assuming
That's
weather related.
The weather that is moving north to south, and that will be here late afternoon tomorrow. Hopefully will not affect the 3rd game of this series. Chop foul at home plate from Lopez, the count 1-2.
Not seen any live stats or a box score yet for Southern Grambling State. I can say the same for Prairie View and Alcorn State. I can't seem to find any stats for that either, which leads us with Jackson State Alabama A&M game, which Alabama A&M was on top early. Let's get that score for you. AAMU polishes that one off 13-9.
Oh. That ball came inside and hit Christian Lopez, who is down in obvious discomfort. And training staff from both schools out there to check on him. Lopez, the junior from San Diego, California. A transfer from Trinidad State at the NAIA level. Not often you see an NAIA transfer go straight to D1 and be as successful as Lopez has been.
Mike, I'm not sure if you saw where that hit him.
It was upstairs around the neck area.
Yeah. Some serious pain. Up on his own now, though.
And most of the time, you know, he just kind of knocks the wind out of you. Of course, no intent by Yoancel Diaz. He just missed his spot. Again, live stream tomorrow. Final game of this series. Unfortunately presented without commentary, as both Bryce and myself will be elsewhere. Next time you'll hear us, Tuesday night, Stetson in town. Always interesting. The two Division I athletics institutions in Volusia County.
Stetson, a perennial contender over in the A-Sun under the leadership of Steve Trimper. Some great seasons in recent decade or so from the Hatter squad.
Plus
of course,
one,
my alma mater.
plus one Jacob deGrom as well in recent memory.
Corey Kluber getting the start on opening day for the Red Sox next weekend.
Hatters all over the place.
Logan Gilbert for the Seattle Mariners.
Not bad, you know that too.
I'm not sure if Pat Mazika is still in the league. He was a catcher for the Mets a few years ago. I'm sure he's still bouncing around somewhere, if not.
That is a name I do not recognize.
He had a
Just
walk-off victory 2 years ago.
Just at the major league level, I don't recognize it. So doesn't mean he's not still hanging around.
Several others. Brooks Wilson in the Atlanta Braves organization. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him with them this year. He's a reliever.
Bounce to the plate. Scooped by Escobar. No advancement. And Diaz has struggled to find the zone. Walked 3 batters last inning and already started this one with a hit by pitch and a bounced ball 1. Upstairs, ball 2. This is Ali LaPred, the senior from Duluth, Georgia. A transfer from USC Upstate. Ground ball to third. Off the glove of Perez. Right to Garcia, but it's not in time. And LaPred with a base hit. Then moves Lopez to second. LaPred, not a bad day. Hit by a pitch and scored in the second. Fly to center in the third. Walked and was caught on a fielder's choice and a border double play in the 6th. Flied out to center in the 7th, and now a base hit here in the 9th. And now here's the catcher, Jamal George. George, ground ball. This could be 2. Garcia, to Olison, to Moya. And there's a 4-6-3 double play. So now with Lopez on third and 2 down. Here's the top of the order and Randy Flores. Flores, 2 base hits and 2 runs scored in the 1st and 2nd. Grounded to the pitcher in the 4th. Walked and was stranded in the 6th. Walked and was stranded in the 8th. And this is the first batter to see Yoancel Diaz twice.
Take out those first 2 innings, Mike. Wildcats have been competitive. Again, that's a credit to the bullpen, and Marcos Gamboa worked a good chunk of innings.
Take out the first 2 innings, and it's a 2-2 ball game, but unfortunately that's not how the rules of baseball work. In foul territory, diving, and not coming up with the ball is Perez. He misplayed it Maybe the wind brought it back into play when he thought it was going out into the seats. Flores from Brooklyn, New York, a junior. We were talking about New York schools earlier with your island question. I'm just proud of myself that I got the island correct.
Was a good question. It's a bit of a stumper. A lot of
even
people
though I
don't
didn't
think
get
about
the
it.
schools.
Hawaii, everybody gets. Too
Yeah, but
easy.
Long Island is the only one. I guess I technically got Long Island University because there is a campus of LIU on Long Island.
Yeah, like I said, I think the main campus is in Brooklyn.
Just kind of backwards, but. So LIU, if memory serves me right, this one's hit off the inside of the bat and foul. Counts 2-2. If memory serves me right, there used to be LIU that was actually out on Long Island, and LIU Brooklyn
The Blackbirds.
with the Blackbirds. And those campuses merged, and it's just LIU now. And their mascot is the Sharks. And they wear light blue and gold.
It was kind of interesting. An entire rebrand, new colors, new everything. Didn't really keep any of the old identity when they did that.
And they have football now for the first time ever.
Do they really?
Started 2 or 3 years ago. But yeah, I remember LIU Brooklyn making the NCAA tournament a couple of times in the late 2000s, early 2010s. 3-2 from Diaz. Foul ball, and that one hit hard off of Flores' foot, and that one's going to sting.
Something about these games. Kind of a nothing game towards the end of the game. People just have a tendency to get banged up, get hurt, a lot of freak things. Just more that baseball gods is not giving us what we want.
After this, Alabama A&M will head on home to Montgomery to finish up a home-and-home set with the Jacksonville State Gamecocks. They won the first leg in Jacksonville. That's Jacksonville, Alabama, 13-3. Then they're all on the road for a while. A 3-game series at Jackson State, a 1-off at Troy, a 3-game series at Alabama A&M, and a 1-off at Georgia State in Atlanta. That's an 8-game road trip for the Hornets. Hit high in the air to left, not deep. Racing in for it from left is Luis Pena, and he can't make the play. Scoring is Christian Lopez. And Flores is aboard. And it is 11-2.
Number 17, Javier Sorrell.
You know, Michael, you were talking about the World Baseball Classic earlier. I was remiss in not noting that Anthony Maldonado, former Wildcat, has been a big part of the World Baseball Classic for Puerto Rico.
And unfortunately, Puerto Rico done. Mexico into the semifinals. They win it 5-4. Puerto Rico 4 runs in the first and nothing since Mexico 3 in the 7th to take the lead and eventually hold on to win. Line drive right at Olison. He scoops it up off a hop and steps on second to end the inning. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 left. And we go to the bottom of the 9th with an 11-2 Alabama State lead. Well, if you recognize a certain blue glove and underarm delivery, no, your eyes are not tricking you. That is Sebastian Colon, back from the first game to pitch the ninth against the Wildcats. Jeremy Garcia leads off, and he dribbles this one to second. Flores flips it over, and there's one away. But I don't think I've ever seen that before, where a pitcher takes part in the early game and then comes back and pitches in the late game. He's not going to get a save for this because the score's not close enough. But here we go.
I was looking to confirm it was Shaddai Cologne who took the loss in game 1.
But what was Sebastian's line of the first game? Inside to Olderson.
1 inning pitched, 18 total pitches thrown.
No, it doesn't.
Allowed 3 hits and a run.
It's not the most outlandish thing in the world.
I'm wondering what the routine is like. It seems like it'd be strange. You know how finicky pitchers can be to throw and then sit down for a long while, throw again.
But if I remember rightly, Cologne got kind of beat up in his 1 inning of work. That wasn't the 6th. Was that the 6th with the Wildcats scored 3 runs?
He was only credited with the 1 as I lose my stat sheet.
Ground ball up the middle. Base hit for Olderson. He's been on base 3 times tonight, but that's his first hit. Was hit by a pitch in the 5th, reached on an error in the 6th, and ended up scoring on the Highland Hall single. And then now singled in the ninth. Here's Luis Tuero. Tuero 2 for 4, actually 1 for 3 with a walk in the first, base hit in the 2nd, and then a line out in the 5th and a strikeout in the 7th. But
he was the one, Sebastian Cologne in game 1 was the one who ended with the wild pitch that gave the Wildcats the lead.
That's the winning run. Ah, right.
He was throwing in the dirt and kind of flirting with it all game, and
I thought that was Shaddai. I thought that was Shaddai who was the one with the because if I remember rightly, Shaddai has the negative walk to strikeout ratio. I'm looking at my
well,
stats
according to
right
the stats, Melendez was tabbed with 4 earned runs, and Cologne, Sebastian Cologne, that is, with that 5th.
Yes, because they changed in the middle of the inning to Shaddai Cologne. So I don't have them changing the middle of the inning. Anyway, here's a ground ball base hit from Tuero, and there's 2 on. It does not matter in the grand scheme of things. Cologne pitched an inning in the first game, went and sat down, and is now back, and he's given up 2 base hits.
One of the Colognes. Going back to the first game.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not as bad as the Melendez's. All pitchers. Adiel Mendez, Omar Melendez, and Osvaldo Melendez for Alabama State. We've only seen Omar, who was fantastic in game 1. Fortunately, was kind of let down by his bullpen in the back end of that game. Chased Melendez from the game at the end of the 6th. No, I didn't write down the first pitching change, which is where my issues are stemming from. High fly ball to left by Chun. Trying to get to third on the tag is Tuero, or excuse me, is Olderson. He does just that. And there are 2 away. Wildcats down to the last out. Here's Highland Hall, who arguably has had the best day at the plate of any Wildcat today over both games.
You know, in that last play, I think it's good to see Olderson tagging up and making the effort on that play. You know, at the end of the day, it won't matter regardless of if he scores or if he doesn't. But putting that effort in, showing you're still invested in the game and still giving it your heart out there, it's what we expect from Olderson. But it's still good to see for a leader on your team.
Hall in this game grounded to a double play his first time up, then singled and scored in the 4th, flew out in the 5th, singled in the 7th. In the first game, he was 3 for 4 with a walk, 2 hits, and 2 runs, including the winning run on a wild pitch in the 8th. Fouled off the end of the bat, back to the screen. The count 0-2, Cats down to the last strike. Thank you for sticking with us here on the Cat Eye Network. Long day of baseball. An excellent game 1, a game 2 that kind of got ugly early. But if you've watched all 6-7 hours of baseball with us today, we thank you very much. Outside on how I wanted to.
Anyone who's stuck through the entirety of 2 full games is entitled to 1 free subscription to the Cat Eye Network on YouTube.
Click that subscribe button. You can see when we go live every single time with every single, or most, BCU Athletics home contests.
Eventually that will be every single one.
Yep. Ground ball left-hand side, and, oh, nice stop by Flores, but all he can do is keep it in front of him. Olson scores his second run of the ball game from third, and it is 11-3. Tuero goes to second. On the base hit by Hall, he's now got 3 hits in the game and 6 on the day.
Like we said before, Hall just a guy who plays loose, has fun.
And here's Manny Sofrain to pinch hit from Moya. And I did notice that he was playing first in the last inning.
I believe he took over at first in game 1 as well towards the end, if I'm not mistaken.
He did indeed.
Sofrain had a pair of homers in one of the Purdue-Fort Wayne contests, the Saturday Nighter back a couple of weeks ago. 2 in the same game. He's the only Wildcat with multiple homers this season. Got some pop.
That one low. 1-1.
Hit them both right about where the Alabama State bus is sitting out there in right field, if you can see that from our view here in the press box.
Sofrain swings and misses, and the Wildcats are, for the second batter in a row, down to their last strike. Colon sets. And from the stretch, the Submariner deals. Ground ball towards second. Fielded. Oh, it gets off the glove of Flores. A fielding error by Randy Flores extends the game. Sofrain reaches on an E4. Hall to second. Tuero to third, and they are loaded up for Boris Pena.
You know, Flores will ultimately get credited with the error there because he's the one who made the play. But Corey King, and I'm not sure if maybe he got called off by Flores, but it almost looked like he was trying to get a little cute and flashy with the play,
they're
running
talking about
towards the ball.
They are talking about it right now.
Screened Flores, kind of hockey style, talking about a goalie and guy standing in front. Couldn't see the ball, couldn't make the play.
Swing and a miss, 0-1. And even if Flores had scooped the ball, I think Sofrain might have still been safe because Colon was late to try and sprint to the bag at first because he thought it was just going to be an easy 4-3 putout, and it was not. Pena, swing and a miss for the third batter in the row. Cats down to the last strike.
Would this be a bigger upset than 16-1, Mike?
You're talking about us being at the ballpark for potentially another hour.
I'm just putting it out there.
I'm not sure. This one chopped to second, fielded cleanly by King, and this one will end the ball game. That'll do it for the second game of our doubleheader. Wildcats win game 1, 5-4. And Alabama State with 8 runs in the first 2 innings kind of put this one beyond any reasonable doubt early on. 10 runs on 13 hits, 2 errors for the Hornets. 3 runs on 10 hits, 3 errors for the Wildcats. And it's not like BCU didn't have any chances in this game. Left a lot of men on base, has been their boogeyman this season. 6 of the 9 innings, actually 7 of the 9 innings, they got the leadoff man on, but only were able to push across 3 runs.
Saw a little bit of all different sides of baseball today, Mike. Saw some great play in game 1 from both sides on really all sides of the ball. Situational hitting, pitching, defense. This one we saw a little bit of the worst, you know. But if you take out those first 2 innings, BCU competitive in this one. There's certainly things you can take away. Highland Hall's great night, and some solid performance out of the bullpen from some arms. Maybe you don't necessarily expect that from on a night-to-night basis, but no matter what, you regroup, you head into tomorrow. Both teams looking for a series win. If you're the Wildcats, if you told us coming into today we take 1 of 2, you kind of hard to argue with it when you're coming up against the defending SWAC champion.
And a team that beat them 4 times in a row at the back end of last season, kind of really demoralizing losses too, and to pick up that first win must have felt real good for the boys in maroon and gold. That'll be it for us from the Jack tonight. It's a 1-1 series opening split on this Friday doubleheader. Thank you for sticking with us. For Bryce Wojnowski, my name is Michael Turbillo. We'll see you on Tuesday for BCU against Stetson right here at the Jack. Thank you for watching, and have a very pleasant rest of your evening.